Welcome to the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today is my friend, Grandmaster Jeffrey Xiong. Jeffrey, great to have you on the broadcast.
Yeah, super excited to be here covering the knockout for the first time. And I got to remember that I'm commentating today, not playing, so I can just relax.
You know, as I was going to make that joke that I'm sorry that you have to join me because I'm used to commentating on your games rather than with you on other people's games. But this is the Sunday knockout portion of the Rapid Chess Championship. We have 8 contestants participating in today's action. Yesterday was another fun Swiss, and Danya was, let's call you Danya. I'm so used to commentating with Danya that, Jeffrey, how does that feel that I called you by another person's name?
Well, I'd love to be Danya. So. Yeah.
I don't know if I believe that. That sounds like a nice thing to say. Come on, give me something here. I want you to throw Danya under the bus.
Well, let's just say I mean, my favorite commentary duo is you and Danya. So if I could reciprocate that, I'd be pretty happy.
Wow. Well, let's look at the leaderboard, at least off of yesterday's Swiss. The top players have not received their points yet because they're still playing in today's knockout, and it remains to be seen how many points they'll get. But as we look here at the leaderboard, lots of money won by some of these players. And Jeffrey, I see your name right there at number 9. So you've had a good showing thus far in the Rapid Chess Championship.
Yeah, I definitely had a slow start, but since then I've turned in a few pretty good results. So yeah, just hoping to keep it going.
For sure. Well, we do know the 8 players who are taking part in today's action. It's going to be a really fun bracket because as we look from top to bottom, Nepomniachtchi, he gets the 1 seed. He takes on Giri. So as far as 1 versus 8 matchups, Jeffrey, it's pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah, it's crazy that this is pretty standard for RCCs, which, I mean, week in, week out. It's just star-studded fields, the best of the best going at it. And I think this is a rematch of the first RCC knockout when they met in the final, if I'm not mistaken. So really excited to see what they bring to the table.
You're already growing as a commentator before our very ears and eyes because you're doing a callback to one of the earlier knockouts, which is correct. And Jeffrey, I have to ask you, as you look at these 4 matchups here in the quarterfinals, which one stands out to you? Which one are you looking forward to most?
It's honestly got to be this first one because actually I think recently I don't recall seeing them in the knockout, so it has been a while. So both are going to look to make a run today, I believe.
For sure. I'm actually very curious at the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Of course, there's Hikaru Nakamura against Vidit. These are very immensely popular streamers and players. And then we have Tabatabaei taking on Grischuk. But I'm looking at that bottom right. Abdusattorov, he's made some noise. And Matlakov has, in fact, won one of these knockouts. So I think both of those players could make their mark on today's action.
Yeah, I mean, it's truly all of the matchups, I think, are going to be fireworks.
Well, we are spoiled as we are every single Sunday here in the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And, throughout the season, the players are trying to accrue those points, make the top bunch of players to make it eventually to the finals come August. But in today's event, just to give everybody a sense of the format for those who have not watched it before, we have 8 players, single elimination knockout. They start with a game of 10-minute plus 2-second increment. That's a big difference from the Saturday Swiss when there's no increment and people are flagging each other in rook versus rook endings. Here, the players get a little bit of time added after every move, and the higher seed gets white, though if the game is drawn, then they'll reverse colors down in a 3+2 game. And if we keep going, we'll get bullet, and then finally Armageddon. But Jeffrey, Armageddon, not very likely in these formats. And I guess before we head to our first break, I just want to ask you, how big of an advantage is it starting with the white pieces in this time control?
Yeah, honestly, at first, I didn't think it was, but based on the results in general, I think the 1 seed in particular has had the most victories. So you would think that, okay, it's rapid, the opening might not be a big part, but actually the player with white can kind of dictate the game and go for kind of the position that they're aiming for more often. So it is actually a bigger advantage than you'd think.
Okay, well, I'll definitely pick your brain more on that front when we return. But first, before we head to this first break and get the games underway, we want to give a shout out to our presenting sponsor, that is Coinbase, because the Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much, much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. But for now, Jeffrey and I will take a quick breather. We'll be back with the first matchup here in the Sunday knockout portion of the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
And the first matchup is set to begin shortly. That will be Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Anish Giri in the top left of the bracket. Jeffrey, we were discussing how every single matchup is mouthwatering, and we get to start with an epic clash between two of the best players on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't wait for the games to get underway.
You're a serious chess commentator. You can't wait for the moves to be played. But I think we should give everybody a chance to predict who they think will win this knockout. There are 8 worthy contestants. I'm sure Hikaru Nakamura will have the lion's share of the vote, but I'm wondering if other players will be determined as the likely choice by others. I mean, Jeffrey, if you had to make a prediction on this field, I know it's going to be difficult because everybody's so strong, and Hikaru has proven himself to be a menace to most players in online format. Who's your choice for today's action?
Yeah, when I see Hikaru's name, it's super hard to go against him, unless you give me some benefits for choosing another player. But yeah, for today, I think last week Hikaru, I guess it didn't quite go his way, so he'll be looking to get some vengeance, I think.
I love how you're asking for odds. You're like, come on, Robert, let's do a friendly wager, get some odds going. But we have an Italian game. I was hoping for a fried liver, but at this level, people don't play those early knight g5s going for f7. Jeffrey, you're an expert in these openings. Tell us what's up.
Yeah, you were hoping for a fried liver. I was hoping for a Najdorf, but we are seeing a very standard Italian. Both players just kind of won a slow game here to start.
Okay, well, this knight goes to d2. It normally wraps around via f1 to g or e3. But Jeffrey, they're not thinking. They're all moves happening instantly. It's move 13 for black. How deep does the preparation go on this line?
Yeah, I think both sides have this line analyzed pretty deeply. This rook b1 move, I think, started becoming popular around 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And it's a move that I played myself against Vitugov and Weikonze. So very topical line here. And let's see what Anish wants to do.
So I love commentating with you, honestly. You can just flex and, oh yeah, I played in Tata Steel and I was playing against Vitugov and I got this high level preparation. It's honestly great. But one of the reasons rook b1 is played is that b5 now becomes an option and there's no hanging rook on a1, right? That's one of the main points.
Exactly, yeah. And so one interesting thing about this position is the knights on d2 and c6 are kind of the flexible pieces, which basically both sides can choose how to play. So black has 2 ideas. One is to go knight e7, knight g6. Another is to keep the knight on c6 and go for d5. So here Anish opts for b5, which I don't think is as common, but now let's see, maybe Nepo will bring the rook back to a1.
I like how you suggest rook a1 to b1 and then rook b1 right back to a1, but something has changed in the position. I know most players do not enjoy putting pieces back from the square they came from, but he does go rook a1 because now there's some tension between the pawns. And if black ever takes on a4, that a6 pawn's in huge trouble.
Yeah, so as I mentioned about the knight, so also white's knight on d2 can either go to b3 or f1 g3, and both have benefits. And now that d5 has come, usually this knight goes to b3 and tries to get into c5 sometimes.
That's right, especially if the bishops can get traded on a square like e3, that c5 square looks juicy. I would probably play queen c2. That's a very common move played. That way you can avoid anything happening down the d file, and he plays queen c2. You also preemptively defend this pawn on c3, which makes d4 have less sting to it, because now that your pawn's on b4, that move d4 can undermine its defense.
Right, yes. Seems like a really solid play from Nepo so far. I'm slightly concerned about Anish's position because I feel like this tension on the A file is not going to be in his favor because white can open this at any time. Meaning, like, if black plays a natural move such as queen d7, then maybe the A8 rook will be hanging in some lines, and it just starts to feel a bit loose.
Yeah, I'm with you, because actually, just to play very directly in such a situation, that once his knight comes to b3, already there's some problems with knight c5 because the rook is hanging back here. So it's something that needs to be kept in mind. So Anish plays bishop b6, and he's trying to induce the move a5, but instead Nepo plays knight b3. There's no rush on this move. And I guess a big question for you, Jeffrey, is a5 is tempting because it kicks the bishop back, but would you play that move a5, or are you just going to keep that in your back pocket?
I think you keep it in your back pocket. But again, this is kind of white's trump, which is this tension on b5, a4. Black will never really want to take it, but white has the option to either take or play a5. So that's why I think next Nepo might be intending bishop e3, swap the bishops, get the c5 square, and then all of a sudden the position starts flowing, I think.
Yeah, that c5 square is so important. And if you could plant a knight on c5 with that pawn still remaining on a6, now there's an additional target. So I'm loving what you're saying there, that this tension only favors white because black never actually wants to take on a4, in which case there's no reason to push the pawn to a5 just yet. So we're saying how good this looks for white in many ways. What can black do here? What are some ideas that come to mind?
Yeah, it's tough. I want to get this rook off the a file. Like, I'm considering something like queen e8, preparing rook d8 just to make sure I'm not blundering anything on the a file, but it looks a little bit awkward, I think.
And yeah, I guess the problem for black is that white can switch plans, that I can just play bishop e3 and then try to trade bishops and take over that c5 square. So black has a problem down the a file, black has a problem on c5. Maybe this move b5, maybe that was a mistake by Anish, just practically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Anish, he was concerned about white playing b5 himself. So yeah, we see he does go for queen e8. But after bishop e3, there could already be concrete issues because you do not want this knight landing on c5.
Oh, and I like how he did it now, because if bishop e3 were played instantly with the bishop on b6, maybe black could leave the bishop there and take with the pawn, because the pawn on b6, while doubled, would take care of that c5 square. Now there's this c5 square, the knight's obviously hopping there, and maybe this knight can hop to h4 and into f5 at some point as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Those knights could start jumping. And I just noticed that there was some x-ray with Anish's move queen e8. So he might have been threatening like ba4, and then this rook could be hanging some lines.
Yeah,
so just, yeah, very practical by Nepo not to allow any nonsense.
And that's a really good point, because if you make some kind of careless move, like a king h1 type of move, as you're suggesting, there could be a problem with that queen staring down that rook on a4. And I guess there's nothing working just yet because there's no useful knight discoveries, but it is something you need to be aware of and keep in mind. So instead, we saw a5 play just to avoid that. And as we get to the game here, knight c5 is like the obvious move, but then black probably will try to play knight d7. I'm also looking, Jeffrey, at knight h4 because I want to get this knight to f5, but I know you'll play g6 if I go knight h4.
Yeah, so now I think this is the first big question, how to proceed, although Nepo moves instantly as he's accustomed to doing. But I could see black's position actually kind of solidifying if he brings the if he maneuvers the c6 knight to cover on c5, maybe either via b8, d7 or d8. So expecting Anish to relocate the knights. Okay, starts with knight d7.
I guess he can try knight e7 to g6 at some point, but not right now, because white in many ways is threatening rook takes d6, and that's why the queen came up, because if rook d6, pawn takes d6, that pawn would become a target on the d file.
Yeah, so how do you evaluate this transformation? Let's say if black does recapture cd6, what do you think about that?
I guess black has the benefit of going for the c3 pawn, and that's why Xiong didn't want any part of that, but it looked iffy. But so I do like what Xiong just did. He went knight f to d2. He's going to play knight f1, knight e3, and then go to d5 or f5.
Yeah, the knight is sitting very pretty on e3 once it arrives. But black, he's going to put the knight on e7 to try and counter it, and then we'll see what Nepo can do. Maybe c4 is a potential break that exists.
For sure, especially if that knight moves away from c6, because the b4 pawn is currently under attack if you push that c pawn. But after the move knight e3, eventually knight e7, now you don't have as much pressure, and so c4 could be played. And Jeffrey, I'm looking at this, and black is just stopping white's immediate threats, but doesn't have active play of his own. This seems really uncomfortable for Anish.
It does. The really annoying thing is, so black has this rook on d8, but it can never really open because the knight has to sit on d7 guarding c5. So
right.
Then it's really difficult to activate this rook.
It's so unpleasant because even finding a move for black at this moment, if you move the knight from d7, as he does, you're competing for the d file, but didn't you just invite knight c5 and queen c8 is necessary? Black is just lacking space.
Yeah, because if he doesn't find a way to get rid of this knight on c5, it's just a matter of time before white creates big threats, I think.
In comes the knight to e3, trying to go for a second knight on the 5th rank here. And this knight on c6, I talk about this frequently. The pawn on c3, 3 squares away from the knight, dominates it because it takes away both b4 and d4. So the knight on c6 just isn't doing all that much. And the knight on f6 also really isn't doing much besides defending the d5 square, which is important, but it's a defensive piece. None of Black's pieces are active, creating threats. And now the question is, and Jeffrey, hopefully you can answer this, where can White break through?
Yeah, I finally expect Nepo to take some time here. He's built already a slightly over 2 minutes advantage on the clock, and he can invest a bit of time because it seems like a critical moment where all of your pieces are on good squares. And what's next?
I was hoping you would answer that question. I know you're putting it back on me here, but G6 stops the knight f5. So everything about White's position looks excellent, but there's not anything of Black's under attack. It's actually hard to increase the pressure. We were talking about c4 as an idea, and maybe we can try to set that up, but for as long as the b4 pawn and the d4 square are vulnerable to that knight jumping in, c4 is less likely.
Right. You mentioned that the c3 pawn dominates now on c6, but Anish knows this, but he also understands that he has to keep the knight on c6 so that when White goes this typical break c4, he has knight d4. But yeah, Nepo goes for a different idea, knight d5.
Is there a threat? Like, let's say it was White's move again. What's White's next idea? Just to trade
I think
knights?
he wants, maybe, I think also he could double on the d file. So rook d3 maybe.
Ooh. Actually, that rook lift either with rook d or rook e3, and it's going to be annoying because that rook could also slide to f3 at some point, and there's pressure down the f file. So Black is struggling to make a move here. Maybe knight d7, because the knight on c5, I cannot leave it there that much longer.
Yeah, knight d7 definitely makes a lot of sense. And then as Nepo, maybe you'd consider even dropping this knight back to try and keep as much material on the board.
And that's a really good lesson for everybody watching, that Black has less space. So trades will benefit Black unless there is some hanging pawn as a repercussion that Black wants to trade some of the pieces, but not right now, because knight takes d5 would be a big mistake. After e takes d5, Black would lose a pawn in the center. So that's why knight d7 was in fact played. And Jeffrey, your move knight d3 wouldn't surprise me. Any other ideas come to mind?
Yeah, the first thing that I was thinking about was some tactic with knight takes a6. It doesn't work, but it's something that you have to watch out for.
Let's show it on the analysis board. Knight takes a6, giving up this knight with the queen taking, but you're hoping after knight takes c7, this rook on d6 is loose.
Yeah, with the rook on f1, maybe the idea works because it would force like queen b7, and then maybe I'm happy getting 2 rooks for a knight. But unfortunately, in the current position, Black can take on d1, and the e1 rook is hanging at the end. That's
right. After knight takes queen, rook takes rook, you see the evaluation go all the way in Black's favor. You get 2 rooks and a knight for a queen. That would just be too much material. So great idea, though, with knight takes a6. So if you play this move, rook f1 now, you actually have a surprising threat. But of course, these knights are staring at each other. So maybe Black will remove the piece that's attacking a6.
Yeah, I have to say I'm quite impressed with Anish. I mean, his cool handling of this position. Obviously, it looked really tough, but I think he's doing a really good job of keeping it together so far.
Yeah, and I mean, even finding a move, knight d3 looks good. Then Black will play knight f6, just offering a trade of knights once more. So I don't want to retreat, but I don't want to trade knights either. Can we go for c4? That was one idea we talked about earlier. Can White try just to crash through on the queen side?
Yeah, I was calculating the exact same thing, either after knight d3, knight f6, or right away. So if you do it here, maybe Black wants to simplify by taking on c5, taking on c4, and then rook e6. So and then, right, because, yeah, you do give me this d4 square, so you want to make sure that you have enough benefits.
And as soon as your knight is going there, I might just sacrifice in exchange for it. But it's a good point. And we keep talking about the knight was dominated by that pawn on c3. And in the game, knight d3 quickly met by knight f6 by Anish. And maybe you trade this d5 knight for the knight on f6. But where is that final breakthrough necessary? Everything looks great about White's position, but you need to be able to win material or go for an attack. It looks maybe a little bit deceiving.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I think c4 was very interesting there, although Nepo goes for kind of the prudent way, just trade. And actually, I guess Anish can capture either knight. So this is interesting.
And it's bad for him that he has a choice because he's already down on the clock. There is that 2-second increment. So unlike yesterday, when you might get flagged in this situation, he will be able to regain some time. But he takes the knight on f6. The knight comes right back to c5. And we can see the clear just dominance of this knight on c5 compared to its counterpart in c6.
Yeah, probably if Anish took on d3, the rook would be stranded after rook d3, knight d5. So he does take on f6, but now, as you said, the knight jumps right back, and still unpleasant for black.
He goes knight to e7. I think it's time for c4. We've waited long enough, right? We just need to open this position up a little bit more. It also gives us the c3 square for our queen to attack this e5 pawn, but it does have the downside of giving black this d4 square. But all right, Jan's like, it's time.
Yeah, I think Nepo, he timed it perfectly because, as I said, this knight on c6 was waiting for the moment. Once it leaves, now Nepo knows that it's time to go. So c4, and now Anish forced to ruin his pawn structure.
And was it interesting to you there that Xiong didn't recapture immediately? Was he thinking about, instead of taking back, playing with queen c3?
He might have been, but he thought, okay, no need for that, I think.
Yeah, and well, I think for Xiong, you could think about trading rooks, but not here, because after pawn takes d6, you lose a piece. So instead, if he goes rook to b1, I was suggesting rook a1. Well, I was about to suggest it before he moved. And that way, when I played b5, my rook is behind my passed pawn.
Yeah, definitely reasons for both. I think rook b1, simply guarding b4 is like kind of the safest. Mm-hmm. And now black doesn't have either rook d4, knight c6, which were kind of his only active ideas.
That's a good point. a6 is hanging, so if that rook leaves the d6 square or the knight blocks its access to that pawn, then white can just scoop it up. This looks terrible for Anish, and he plays knight c6, but queen takes a6. That's a free pawn.
Yeah, so he can cash in a pawn, but things do get traded. I guess Anish is intending to take on a6 and on a5, and after knight c7, knight c4, and say that he can hope to hold this, although it does look bleak.
There's a tactic there, though. If I go queen a6 and you take on a5, can I play knight to c5 and try to fork you on b7?
Oh, I overlooked that. Yeah, because after rook c6, I guess you go rook c1 and the knight's trapped. So yeah. Very, very good eye by you.
The knight's trapped, and unfortunately, knights in the rim are proving to be dim in a scenario like this for Anish Giri. So queen takes a6 is on the board.
Okay, I told you. Yeah, I told you had a good eye because all three of us didn't see that idea.
I was just looking for the fork on b7. And knight forks are fun. I'm hungry. Let's take some material. But he takes on c7, which, okay, how can you blame him? He takes a pawn. He's up one in endgame. This is a passed pawn with a rook behind it. But that was a tactical miss. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is one of the best tacticians on the planet.
Yeah, I definitely, I can't blame him because I missed it as well. But still, he's nursing this extra B pawn. It does think slowly but surely it should be enough to cash in.
Yeah, I mean, you have everything perfectly situated here for white. And all right, so I think a lot of players would understand that white is clearly better. How do we win this game now?
Yeah, so first question for me, I'm trying to figure out, there's an idea to go knight d5 to trade knights, sack the pawn, but kind of go just rely on this b pawn. And I think Nepo is considering the same thing.
It's a really good illustration of endgames where you can give up a pawn if it springs free your pass pawn. It's about pawn quality, not necessarily the quantity. And he went to go with knight a6. He just wanted to trade rooks in the c file. Anish says, we'll do it on my terms. If you take, now my knight will get active, maybe a knight a3 at some point, and Jan suddenly has things to consider.
Yeah, I think I actually would have preferred knight d5 because I suddenly noticed that you don't actually have to sack a pawn if you don't want to, because after you take on c1 and d5, there's also rook d1. So I like having this option. But now the one that he opted for, it could put, maybe Anish has tricks when his knight starts. But he's forced to go back, and yeah, that's not going to get it done.
I think Jan will miss one knight fork a game, and he's not going to miss this one, which picks up an entire rook. And it wasn't a one-move blunder that cost Anish Giri this game. He was probably going to lose anyway. A wonderfully played game by Jan Nepomniachtchi, wouldn't you say, Jeffrey?
I mean, I don't think Nepo could have asked for a better start. I think out of the opening, he just took control and he never let it go. So just a wire-to-wire victory.
Well, he gets to move on to the semifinals, and he has to await the winner of the matchup between Amin Tabatabaei and Alexander Grischuk. But wow, what a performance by Jan Nepomniachtchi. I mean, he's been very powerful in the Rapid Chess Championship. He's obviously a very strong player, and he's a very fast player. So he put pressure on the clock as well as on the board.
Yeah, once he gets into a rhythm, he is an absolute nightmare to face. I know this from playing him. So, well, yeah, we'll see how his future opponents deal with his pace.
For sure. Well, the fun is only beginning. That was just game one of the quarterfinals. We're going to go on a break. We'll get the players set up for the second quarterfinal match when we return here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Yes, it's an easy draw at this point.
Oh, no, he lost! Endgame! Why did he trade rooks?
Oh my god! And this is key.
F6.
F6. This is Dvoretsky's endgame manual. F6,
And
not F5.
Brandon knows it.
He does.
And Arseni's going to lose.
King F3 now.
F3 and F5. Now it's easy. F5 and F4.
Wow.
Exquisite play in the endgame by Brandon Jacobson. That is a backbreaker and a heartbreaker. And what doesn't it break?
You broke my ability to speak.
But Arseni, he's got to know, even if he doesn't know that this endgame is winning, to give the Black King positioning over the White King, it's unnecessary.
I say I started playing chess when I was about 16, and chess.com was the way for me. I feel like chess.com really helped me with my game, just having from, the videos, the lessons, and everything that kind of goes into getting your chess game right. I would say one of the biggest lessons I learned from chess was to be intentional, right? To persevere, to make sure that every move and every step that I take is with a purpose and that I have a plan for, the moves that I'm gonna do. I feel like the biggest correlation between chess and football is having a plan. You need a game plan going into a football game, and it's the same for chess. So just being able to stick to that plan and to execute it to perfection.
Jeffrey, I have to ask you, you're a Cowboys fan. How does watching Kayvon Thibodeau go to the Giants make you feel?
Obviously, I wish he would have gone somewhere else, but I think considering how we did against the Giants last year, one player shouldn't be able to make that big of an impact. So still like our chances.
I love how you throw out insults, but in like the kindest seeming way. Like you're like, the Giants, they stink. But the way you frame it is just, it's so nice.
Yeah. For me, I think it's honestly just great to see how many, famous or athletes, they really love playing chess. Like I can name a lot. There's a Mavericks legend, Dirk Nowitzki. He's also a huge chess fan himself. His son actually plays. So I'm hoping that one day maybe I could meet his son.
Well, that would be awesome, especially if you can meet him over the chessboard and he becomes a strong player like yourself. But Jeffrey, you're a big sports fan. I could talk to you all day about sports. Right now, we got to go back to the bracket. That is, sporting element of these events. But we see that Jan Nepomniachtchi made his way through the semis. He awaits the winner of Amin Tabatabaei and Alexander Grischuk. And that's our next matchup. What do you think? Who is the favorite? Amin with the white pieces or the higher rated Grischuk with black?
Well, first of all, I think Grischuk has had a little bit of a breakthrough in terms of qualifying because all of a sudden I see him in every knockout. So he's kind of figured something out. And it seems to me that he's always been qualifying like kind of solidly, like nothing crazy or anything, but he gets to +2 and then he makes these draws and that's it. So it's the business approach. And same with Amin. So I expect a very, very tight match, but gotta give a slight lean to Grischuk.
Okay, well, let's find these games here as they're about to get underway. And Grischuk, you're giving him the nod. He is not at his chair right now, so I was making sure that it wasn't on my end. But he is about to sit down, which means that the game is going to start any moment here. And I don't know. Amin's been playing really, really well, both over the board. He did superbly in the FIDE Grand Prix. He has cracked the top 100 players in the world, but also online. He's made 4 out of 9 knockouts in the 9 Rapid Chess Championships he's participated in. So maybe slight nod to Grischuk as well, but I think Amin's going to give him all he can handle.
For sure. Yeah, he's shown that he's a clear force in these online and rapid formats. But I think you mentioned he made 4 knockouts, but he's yet to make that deep run. So let's see if it's in the cards for him today.
Well, maybe he'll be the Cinderella story, but he's a 4 seed, so he can't really be St. Peter's-like story at this point. By the way, we never talked about that. Did you watch St. Peter's make their magical run?
Yes, of course. I'm a big fan of college basketball, especially when it comes to March Madness. So I was paying very close attention to all of their games.
Well, we're going to play close attention to this game. It is underway. Amin Tabatabaei starts with D4. I could talk sports to you all day. You know that. But chess is what we're here to cover. And we see a Nimzo with E3 played by Amin. And I guess, Jeffrey, you've played these players a bunch. What's your experience like against them? And what do you make of the opening stage?
Yeah, I've definitely played Amin far more times than I have Grischuk. As far as I know, he's just a really versatile player. So he can play slow positional grinding kinds of games, or he can also calculate very well once there's fire on the board. So definitely a universal player. And he looks like he prepared a line, grab the 2 bishops, and then go from there.
Yeah, he has the bishop pair. The bishop on c1. That's the piece that Black really wants to keep out of the game because Black does not have a dark square bishop. Oftentimes in these positions, Black plays b6, throws in e5, encounters the bishop on b7, brings that knight out, and you're playing to keep that bishop at bay. But something about this move, bishop d3, is giving Grischuk pause. So, Jeffrey, what is it about this position that is causing Grischuk to think, or is it Sasha Grischuk, he always thinks early, we should just not read too much into it?
I think it is more of the second thing, but this particular position, Black has 2 ideas. One is to go e5 and put the bishop out on that diagonal, and another is to go b6, bishop b7, knight bd7, and kind of play more conservatively. So you can strike the center quickly, or you can. Oh, but Amin says no to that.
Knight c6 and then f4 came before you could even finish your thought. And we understand what he's going for. And the eval bar first, it was saying that white is slightly better. Now it says that Black is a smidge better. But I think it's not going to be determined. Oops, sorry, I clicked on an earlier move. But I don't think that this game is going to be determined right now. It's more about the plans from here on out. And are we going to see a rook lift? Are we going to see some kind of rook or queen getting over to the king side and going for an attack?
Yeah, I think potentially. Grischuk needs to be very careful because once white launches this attack, it could be scary because Black is only defending the king side with 1 knight, which usually is not enough. So we'll see if how dangerous his attack really is.
And he steps off the d file with queen e2. I was thinking, you mentioned the only piece defending the black king is that knight on f6. So at some moment, knight h5, that's going to be a nasty looking move, just trying to remove the defender. And if I can get that rook up to f3 over to g or h3, he could be in big trouble. And Grischuk thinking, Amin Tabatabaei more time than he began with. I'm liking the look of this for the young Iranian player.
Yeah, based on Amin's last move, I think he's going to build up his attack slowly. So he might want to proceed with simply bishop b2, rook d1, and then see if he can eventually get an e4. I think this is what he wants to do. And for Grischuk, probably he needs to find some kind of counterplay on his own, maybe along the c file, get a knight to c4.
So you're saying rook c8, knight a5, trying to take control of the c4 square. I think that you have to do that, because what other ideas even come to mind for black? Their e5 is completely off the table thanks to that f4 push. And with that not an option, you have to go rook c8, knight a5. But that, Jerry, when you say that's hard to do just when you think of the position, because white is staring at the black king side so to continue with your action on the queen side, feels like you could get yourself in some trouble.
Yeah, because even I'm imagining concretely, like let's say rook c8, bishop b2. If you go knight a5, now I can go immediately e4. And then if you want what I suggested, takes knight c4, then suddenly rook c1, you get pinned. d5 is suddenly on the table, blasting open the position, and just looks very scary.
Yeah, just to show those final moves, rook c1 pinning the knight, play b5 to defend it, and then a move like d5 here is already looking problematic because bishop takes f6 shatters the black king side. So we have a move here, rook d7 played by Grischuk, but what's stopping white from playing bishop b2 anyway? Rook to d1 and maybe eventually trying to play this e4 move as you have been highlighting.
Yeah, Grischuk, he's very deep. Like when he's spending this time, it's not that he's just daydreaming or something. He has a lot of deep concepts in mind. So he understands what is the key of this position. It's whether or not white can push e4. So he wants to do whatever he can to stop it. So yeah, by doubling on d file, there's no immediate e4. But the question is, after white goes something like bishop b1, and then okay, I guess still it's difficult to get an e4, but I'm not sure what Grischuk is going to do himself.
Maybe if bishop b1, are you trying to line up your queen, like create a battery and go for a checkmate down this diagonal, or what's are you still focusing on protecting d4 and trying to push in the center?
Yeah, I think just trying to have as many ideas as I can in the air. Maybe I like this queen d3 just to try and maybe provoke g6.
Well, he, instead of retreating the bishop, he says, I'm going to hop forward with the knight. It's an idea we mentioned earlier, and it looks great to my eyes, but the eval bar, it said you should have been a little bit more patient. You should have went for the Jeffrey approach. And now I think for black, you have to bring pieces to your king. So knight e7 comes to mind. It stops rook f3. I do not want to see this rook lifting up to the g3 square.
Yeah, for whatever reason, intuitively, that move didn't feel right. I don't actually know why. It might be because that knight on f6 was actually a target. Like the earlier line I mentioned with d5, and then suddenly bishop takes f6, or it could get hit with e4, e5. So that knight on f6 was actually a target. Now that it's off the board, I'm getting the sense that black has a little bit more freedom with his play. So he can, I think there's a few ideas. Knight e7 is the most obvious, but not sure maybe that allows e4.
Yeah, because you lose sight of this d4 pawn, which is the reason why white can't play e4. But I like what you just said there, because on one hand, trading off black's lone defender seems like a good idea. If we're just thinking instead of specifically about the position, if we think a bit abstractly, but then you're saying, but that knight on 6 could have been a target because it could have been capturable at some moment. So that's a really difficult moment to properly assess what to do. And Amin is moving very quickly. Maybe he should have spent a little bit more time, because as we see after 97, the eval bar is saying black has leveled this game.
Yeah, so the big question comes after the natural move e4. How does black react?
I think,
does he want to go c4 and f5, try and open up the bishop at the cost of a pawn?
and saying that this bishop on b2 looks like a giant pawn sitting back there. That's a fascinating idea. I was actually going to say, Jeffrey, the ideal situation was trading these bishops, and he goes f5. So he's giving up that pawn if Amin wants it. But just to think about this, if these bishops are off the board, black is doing great because the bishop on b2 is terrible and the light squares will be black's for the taking.
Yeah, really instructional concept here by Grischuk. I do like it from a practical point of view, because whenever you play rapid, especially when you have a bad piece, it's just so hard to play with. So whether or not objectively, if this is correct, it doesn't matter to me, because I think for Amin, this bishop on b2, it's going to be tough to play with.
And I imagine that is you stating you would not take twice on f5 to win a pawn. So can I take once and then put a rook on e1 and try to take over the e file? How would you play this from the white side?
Yeah, I think the engine is really good at playing these positions because they don't have this kind of emotion. Like the bishop on b2 is so bad. They don't care about that. So they know that, okay, what is right now important is the e file. I first maybe go rook e1, rook e5, double there. And then later on, I'll solve the bishop on b2, maybe a4, bishop a3, and proceed from there. So let's see if Amin is just as cold-blooded as maybe the Silicon would be.
Well, we're also getting a fun fact that Grischuk, he obtained his grandmaster title the year before Amin was born. So that's how long Grischuk has been in the upper echelon of the chess world.
Amazing.
You're like, wait, is that before I was born too? You and Amin are similar in age. So yeah, I think he's been a GM longer than you've been alive, Jeffrey.
Yeah, it applies to me as well. Actually, it's really cool seeing somebody like Amin, at the top, because we were playing World Youths back when we were 10 together. So it's just really awesome to see how far we've both made it.
Yeah, you grew up playing against one another and in the same competitions. And yeah, both of you now striving for the top of the chess world and doing great. And here it looks like Grischuk after rook f8, the engine says that white is doing great. But you said, practically speaking, it's going to be difficult for white. Is an idea to play bishop e4? I guess not now, because bishop a3 is going to be available to white. But I was wondering, because you mentioned, if you can just take over the light squares and leave white saddle with this piece, is a move like bishop e4 on your radar at all?
It is, but not here, because I'm very concerned about this possibility of bishop a3, that I would definitely go to whatever lengths I can to prevent it. So it seems like queen d6 is the only move that stops that. And yeah, I would go for it as black.
Yeah, queen d6, it's kind of funny to put your queen on that diagonal, but there's no rook on a1 to help that bishop get to a3. So queen d6 makes sense. Queen c6 with threatened checkmate in 1, but okay, well, white we'll see that and stop it. And then that also removes the idea of bishop e4. Not that you need to play that, but you should consider it, because a pawn sacrifice in a position like this, just to take control of squares like d5 and f5, light squares, could be important. Here, it's not good enough. So white would be well ahead and happy about this transition. So we did see queen d6 played, your move. No surprise there, Jeffrey. You're on fire today with your move suggestions, and rook e5 as the quick follow-up from Amin.
Yeah, and this idea bishop a3 is so critical that white, I think, has a big threat of going rook a1 just to set that up, because then f5, the f5 pawn is going to be really difficult to protect.
Wow. I mean, rook a1, just taking your rook away from the king side, but it makes perfect sense as you're indicating that the f5 pawn is going to be loose, and bishop e4. We've been talking about the move finally played. He sees that tension was only going to increase, so he's like, let's relieve that before you can do anything about it. But Jeffrey, bishop takes, pawn takes, and even a move like queen e2, because I want to take that pawn with my queen, looks like white is going to go ahead by a pawn and should have the preferable position. Yeah,
great suggestion, queen e2. Really, although he doesn't quite go for it. Now Grischuk gets knight to d5, some ideas.
Yeah, I mean, queen e2 is a double attack, and the rook on e5 is so powerfully placed that I thought that going after these pawns and reorganizing the pieces looks strong, because now Grischuk, he is got his knight to d5, and Amin is the one thinking in this position because there's a fork threat, there's a pawn hanging on f4, and the queen probably has to back up anyway.
Yeah, so suddenly Black, I feel like he's getting some initiative because his pieces are going forward, he's making threats. And for White, what exactly do you play here to deal with this?
Queen e2 anyway, because I'm attacking c4. I'm nervous about giving up this f4 pawn though.
Yeah. I mean, to me, like queen f3, maybe the most obvious, but Black can suddenly kind of play positionally and ignore the fact that he's down a pawn. Just go rook f7, and then later a6, b5. Knight it's quite a nice piece on d5.
Yeah, it's a great piece. And maybe if White's not careful, at some point, queen c6, just go for this a4 pawn. It's an isolated pawn. If I get an outside pass pawn as Black, that's going to be terrible news for me and Tabatabaei. So the move queen to e5 was just chosen, and rook f6, not afraid of the queen trade, but that was a mistake. Jeffrey, it looks like queen c6 here was a better move because rook e7 as a follow-up would even threaten to win material.
Yeah, I think both players maybe assumed that after queen 6, bishop a3 might lead to something. Although, I mean, the position is very double-edged.
Yeah, and the c3 pawn now is loose. Like, things are just getting wild, but I think it's much clearer after here the queen trade. Rook f takes d6. I think he'll actually, which rook do you take with? I take with the f1.
Yeah, this endgame, it's very interesting. I'm not sure how to evaluate this. I mean, probably you take White. I mean, pawn is a pawn after all. But on the other hand, b5 is a big move.
I love that move. Wow, because he wants the capture. He'll play a rook over to the b file, take this pawn, and his bishop is under attack. It's an outside pass pawn. Jeffrey, that extra pawn for White is not relevant right now.
Yeah, actually, I mean, he needs to, I think, have his senses heightened here because I could see this going wrong quickly. Black is going to have this outside pass pawn on the A line, and also c3 looks really soft.
Yeah, so he goes rook e8 check. Where's that rook going? I'm trying to find any idea for White, and as you point out, the c3 pawn, you can't afford to lose that. You lose c3, you lose d4 next. Rook c8 perhaps?
Yeah, I was looking at that as well. But after rook b5, where do you even put the bishop?
Okay, I don't have all the answers. I have more questions than answers, Jeffrey. Right? That looks very unpleasant for White. If you have to sit your bishop on a1 just to defend your c3 pawn, you're clearly very miserable in this position.
Yeah, I mean, might spend all his time looking for an alternative to that. But it's hard to, it's really actually, I mean, Grischuk is just doing a phenomenal job all of a sudden.
Okay, I have an idea. I'm going to give you the c3 pawn because I think my position is so bad that if I try to keep my material edge, I'm going to be in trouble. So after rook c8, rook takes b5, I'll play bishop c1. You can have c3, I'll take c4. At least my pieces have some life.
Yes. Okay. And if I try to hold on to my c4 pawn and go like rook c7,
then I would say you're an exceptionally bright human being and a fantastic chess player because you're showcasing for everybody watching that it's not just about material. You could take on c3, go knight e2 check, take on d4, have even material, but you're saying that Black is practically speaking better here, even though he's down a pawn.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Although, so Amina's still in the tank here.
Yeah, it's a really difficult position to figure out.
It's tough to suggest anything else because you have to do something. You can't just let Black take on b5 and then go bishop a1. So yeah, I honestly don't see anything better than your suggestion.
Do you think he could be tempted into like throwing a played rook c8, but throwing with like f6 just distract some of Black's pieces?
Yeah, it was in there. I was considering it. Okay, yeah, so bishop a1, but now this rook c7 is going to be probably just a much better version of the other line.
And there's no threat because there's knight e3 if you take on c4. Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah, Grischuk realized it. He's hunting this bishop. Rook b1 is a massive threat.
I'm sorry, Jeffrey, did you call that a bishop? Because to me that's, I guess even terrible bishops are bishops too.
Yeah, it's starting. Yeah, it's resembling chess 960 a little bit. But right now, I'm very worried for Amin. He needs to find some concrete solution here.
Wow, rook b7 is a nice, and it says that white is staying in this game, but if I had this game in blitz and I was playing with the white side, I would even consider just resigning in a few moves. It looks terrible, but you have to dig deep, find your resources. King f2, he tries to stop knight e3, so rook takes c4 becomes a threat.
Yeah, so the question is, after a move like rook b1, what's going on here?
I think that white can trade and then play rook c5 to attack that knight, and then play rook a5.
Okay. I see. Oh, wow. I mean, just excellent tactical vision. So now on rook c4, Grischuk had rook f5, rook f1, and rook b1. So that's why rook c5 was played.
But rook c5 was a good move. And that means knight f6 was better, Jeffrey. If we just go back a quick second there, knight f6 stopped rook c5 because of another knight fork.
Wow. Very, very subtle point indeed.
And it looks like as we get back into the game here, the live position, that knight e7, he just took a pawn. But now rook takes e4 is possible. There is no knight e3.
Yeah. Oh, and Grischuk, yeah, shaking his head. Something didn't really go to plan. Although I feel like black still has counterplay after a move like rook a5, because this bishop's not going anywhere on a1.
What?
Okay, I guess, yeah, he's offering simplifications here.
Okay, at first I thought he just mouse slipped or something. Knight takes d4 caught me by surprise, but he wants rook f5 check, rook takes f1, and he just wants to make a draw at this point. But you're right. He could have played rook a5 and played for a win. Maybe he just thinks that in a blitz game, he'll have white. He should be the favorite there. And the whole point is not necessarily winning in rapid. You just want to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, it made sense. I think psychologically also Grischuk felt that it was trending in the wrong direction. So just to kill the game makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, and we see that rooks are traded. Now rook b1, rook takes a1, and it's even material. Both sides have a G and H pawn and then a pass pawn on the rook file for black and in the center for white. And I guess if black is not careful, because white's king is active and you can cut the black king off, there could be a scenario where black even loses this game. But that's why Grischuk is spending his time right this second.
Yes, very important moment here for Grischuk not to get careless. I mean, the most obvious continuation for me is to bring this king close. And the thing is, though, Amin might be trying to get some scenario where he sacks the d-pawn and then he suddenly wins the king side. So Grischuk wants to do this as cleanly as possible.
That's a very, very good point, that if this king were to go all the way to d8 or, win this pawn, and then black has to give up these two pawns here, that would be a terrible transition for Grischuk. So he's trying to figure this out because rook a2 check. He's probably trying to, so if rook takes g2, that pawn starts going.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford taking on g2. But then I'm not sure about giving this check in the first place. So some issues here.
So king g6, I like your idea, just bringing that king closer. You need to catch the pawn with your king. And he's thinking out 20 seconds.
Yeah, so this is starting to sharpen. I'm calculating some lines still. Don't see anything concrete here for white, but there might be some tricks down the road.
Because if d6, king f7, I was thinking rook c7 check, trying to pick up the king side like you suggested. But the problem is at the end of it, you take h6, I get to take g2, and then we just shake hands.
Yeah, Grischuk clearly he foresaw this line when he played rook a2, and now those lines where white was going after the king side not working. But Amin cutting off the king.
And Grischuk down to 16 seconds. Oh, don't play king e4. That loses.
Yeah, another very precise move here. King is going to be forced to come back. And then after rook a5, it should be safe because then your king will be able to come deal with the pawn.
Exactly, because d6 no longer as attractive as rook d5, and there's no rook d4 ideas to follow up because the king was pushed back to e2. So very instructive when to include these checks. And now I think Amin is realizing after this move, I don't really have tremendous hopes to win this game, and stubborn defense by both of them, because at first Grischuk was way better and he was active. Then Amin found a way to bring his rook into the game and start chasing that c4 pawn and things like that. And now we're in a level position still. The sides can go wrong, but it should, with proper play, be a straightforward draw.
Yeah, king f7, rook b4. Oh, okay. So Amin, he goes this way. So yeah, still just going to be a dead draw now, I think.
Yeah, you can play h5. Ooh, rook g5. Nice move. That's clean technique.
Yeah, no nonsense whatsoever, and we're gonna get blitz.
We are indeed. You take a7, you lose g2 and h2. Black actually goes up a pawn, but it's a rook pawn, and the king is very close to a straightforward draw. I wouldn't suggest taking here because, and they even just agree to a draw. They don't want to play it out. But if you take on g5 in these positions, yeah, you still are making a draw. But the problem for white is your king has to get distracted. And in the meantime, black's king will go over to your king side. So it would still be a draw because white can push these pawns and trade them. But that's a moment you didn't want to get careless.
Indeed, yeah, most practical way, just accept Grischuk's draw offer.
For sure. And that means we're getting a blitz game between these two. And look at Grischuk breaking the blurry background. He made the zoom setting, but he grabbed a jacket or something so we could see him extend through that. What's that called? In like movies, sci-fi movies and stuff.
Yeah, what's the word? But yeah, here, okay, blitz is underway.
A portal. That's the word.
Yes.
Okay, we have blitz. We have a Spanish, and why is Amin thinking?
Yeah, I mean, he plays both Spanish and Berlin, so he does opt for the Berlin. And Grischuk going for the symmetrical system.
And he plays, I was going to ask, is he going to play bishop d3 like some people play, but he just plays this main line that has become, well studied at this point, where white should be slightly better with the initiative and the possibility of getting the bishop pair. But Jeffrey, do you believe in this opening from the white side?
I'm not sure how easy it is to use the bishop pair in a blitz game, especially Amin plays this particular line that, again, I faced with white back in 2015. So, but Grischuk has some kind of finesses in mind here with queen b4.
Okay, so this must be theoretical considering how quickly they're playing. He wants to get his bishop out. With that queen on f6 previously, not only was b2 hanging, but the bishop couldn't get to a square like f4. Now, trading the queens, bishop goes to f4, rook to e1. There's only one open file. So if you control that open file, you should be the side with the advantage.
Right. On the other hand, though, if you start with rook e1, maybe black goes knight d4, knight e6 to kind of clog it up.
You're not nice. I thought you were accommodating, being a good friend and co-commentator, but you're saying you suggested that idea. It's not happening.
Yeah, so Grischuk doesn't give this knight d4 option, but now Amin can take the e-file himself.
It's true, but if you ever move this rook to e8, then will white strike with a4, a5?
Yeah, true. So that's probably Amin understood that, yeah, there's no hurry to grab this e-file, and maybe intends to expand on the king side.
In fact, if I'm Grischuk right now, I'm already thinking about a4. The big problem for black is these pawns are in dark squares. So if you try to stop white from playing a5, bishop comes to c7, b6 falls. So a4 just looks like a space-grabbing move, but black will do the same on the other side of the board. Yeah,
really interesting here to see how Grischuk proceeds. You can kind of develop the king side, or you can launch this queen side plan with a4. For me personally, I would lean towards going something like f3, king f2, and eventually g4, kick the knight away, and then possibly open my bishop up with d4. But he goes for your idea.
But after g5, I don't like having to put this bishop back on d2. It's just, look how great this diagonal was, and what's my bishop doing from here?
Yes, that's fair. Although the thing about bishops is sometimes when you put them on the reserve, they'll eventually get their shining moment when the position opens up later on.
So I get it. I talk about St. Peter's. Now you want to get into one shining moment. All right, I see where this is going. And this bishop can use this moment and play bishop e2 and either go to g4 or h5. So the bishop is, but now it's planted, stuck, entombed by its own pawns over here. He's playing this slowly. He's taking the slow, measured approach.
Yeah, I would trust that Grischuk, he knows what he's doing in these kinds of positions. So there's no rush for him to activate his bishops. As I mentioned, these bishops, they will find a way to activate.
And this is why Amin brought his pawn to h4 is he understood that Grischuk would play g3, bishop h3, things like that. But now you have to watch out for this rook coming to the king side with rook h8 if you ever play g3. So we see a trade of rooks. And Jeffrey, as I look at this position, how is White going to win this without the rooks on the board?
No, I didn't love that decision, honestly, because, you know, keeping the a5, a7 tension felt favorable for White because as Black, I think, you know, you have more decisions to make. You don't know if you want to play b5, you don't know if you want to move the rook. But now that it's been kind of the tension's gone, it seems really difficult for White to pose any problems now.
Yeah, with the tension gone, the thrill is gone as well. And I'm looking at this position, trying to find a way to attack this b6 pawn. If I could play bishop c7 right now, maybe I can win this game. But that bishop was kicked back with that earlier move g5, and it just goes to show that Amin Tabatabai's plan was a very strong one. And if you ever play f4, sure, you're starting to open the position up, and that's why bishop e2 was played, to make sure there's no g4 as a response. And I think that's what Grischuk is aiming for, a trade, trying to get that bishop to c7. But if this king just walks over to e7, you play pawn to d6, Jeffrey, that bishop's not getting in.
Right. For sure, Grischuk still for choice here with the bishops, but as you said, few precise moves from Amin shouldn't be too far from a draw here.
Who is favored in the bullet? Because Grischuk is one of those super GMs who's also a very strong bullet player.
Yeah, I think Grischuk probably himself knows that, which is why he wanted to pick something really, really safe that he can almost never lose. And he's confident in himself in any time control. Bullet is no exception.
Okay, well, I mean, now down under a minute, Grischuk has a lead on the clock. We don't say that very often. And Amin's just trying to figure out what to do. He plays b5, which gets the pawn off a dark square. But now you can even think at some point of playing d4 to open up that bishop. I think that the trades don't really help White's winning chances. But what you need is, and not a material imbalance, but pawns on different files. Like if White could take these pawns and leave Black with this pawn, and then Black takes the C and D pawns and leaves White with a pass pawn, that's how bishops can outclass a knight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think with b5, Amin is trying to put all of his pawns on a light square so that they're all protected and he can't blunder somehow. Whether or not that will be like an impenetrable fortress remains to be seen.
I almost want to play d4, and if you take, play bishop d3. And I go for some kind of pin on your knight, but I guess at d4, you always have c4 as Black.
Correct. Yeah, for sure. I think he will lock it up if you give him the chance.
So for White now, you can lock it up with f5 check, but I don't think that's what you want. You need to create some sort of target. And if you take on g5, well, simply pawn takes back. That's not really a target with the king on g6. Jeffrey, I'm not seeing that much here.
Yeah, maybe c4 here just to fix the c5 pawn, because that's the only biggest potential target that I see. And then if you can imagine kind of bishop swing around to d6, that could be something. But still very, very slow, methodical approach here by Grischuk.
And I mean, playing perfect defense, if we really want to call it defense, because he's not letting Grischuk get any possible inroads. Everything is defended. The knight and bishop for Black are doing perfectly well here. And king takes f4. He can bring his knight to e5 at any moment. That's a good square for it. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, Grischuk switching diagonals, but shouldn't be much Black goes king e6. But I mean, he needs to watch out on the clock. That's the only way things can go wrong here.
Okay, so he goes king over to e7, king to f5. There's bishop e6 check. He's kicking that king out of there. So king goes back to e3. Where's that king going? I think that Grischuk is just trying to cause a little bit of confusion more than anything.
Yeah, it does seem like he's kind of moving around aimlessly, but we'll see if he has something coming up down the road, but I don't see. Yeah, okay, with this move, I think he's just liquidating it.
Yeah, he actually offered a draw, and now the draw is agreed to. Yeah, there's just nothing left remaining except for a bullet game. So the rapid drawn. Blitz drawn. It's bullet time. Amin Tabatabaei gets the white pieces. And you mentioned how Grischuk is comfortable in all time controls. Amin Tabatabaei himself is also great at all these time controls as well.
Right. I don't seem to recall any bullet games that I've witnessed from Amin. So it is quite unknown, at least for me, what we're going to see. But I will say that I think 2 weeks ago, Grischuk won the bullet against Vidit. So he does have slightly more experience, at least in this particular format.
Okay, and we see the rating is in Grischuk's favor, 3,020. No slouch in the quickest of time controls. And we get in Magnus Carlsen influence early A6.
Yeah, early A6 from Grischuk, continuing this solid, basically concept. I mean, he's been playing solid throughout, and now, okay, so in early H3, Amin planning to drop bishop back to F4.
Mm-hmm.
But we do see this trade, and the thing is, it's hard for white to get this typical minority attack because black will always meet B4 with B5.
Exactly. And the knight comes to B6 and into C4, and then white regrets the decision. So right now, it's Grischuk on the clock. He is taking the first big think of the game. You know, he had 45 seconds, a minute plus, and is Amin going for the pawn push?
Yeah, it's going to be, I think this is going to be more easy to play for black, actually, although he's thinking for, I don't know why. A5 is automatic here. But the point is, I remember white wants to go like 95 and F4 in these positions, but if they can't achieve it, it's hard to find another plan.
For sure. And maybe that's what, white needs to keep in mind, because if black plays his B5 move, knight B6 is a little bit more difficult to play, as you mentioned, with 95 followed by F4, but that's off the table for now, although now it's back on.
Yeah, he does have a chance to go for it. There's also a move Queen B3, which could ask some questions, and he does opt for that one.
Okay, forcing that queen back. There's a rook and a queen on the same line, but the C6 pawn, you can't move that one out of the way. It looks like Grischuk is holding on. Knight F to D7 looks strong now, because then you can kick the knight out with F6.
Yeah, but Grischuk playing so slowly for a bullet game. He needs to pick up the pace.
Yeah, but we say that for classical, and he does just fine.
Fair enough. Okay, but now I like how this has kind of transpired for Amin. He can simplify with knight C5, and when you get rid of all the knights, then the minority attack.
F4, 5! It traps the piece.
Well, let's see if he...
Oh!
No. Okay.
Okay, I understand F4 is a terrible move if it didn't win a piece. So you got to find those tactics, though.
Still, it's pleasant. Although Grischuk, he's going to try something on the king side here with F5, F4.
And he's going to put his bishop on C8 just to defend that B7 pawn if it gets attacked. And as you said, here come black's pawns marching forward.
But Amin, I think he wants to trade queens. Maybe he's deciding how exactly he wants. First, okay, goes on the B file.
The problem is if you trade queens here, you have to compromise your pawn structure. So this queen on H4 is such a thorn in white's side.
Yes, I'm debating queen F4 right now. Yeah, he does go for it. It does look very drawish though.
Well, the one good thing is we typically hate on double pawns, saying, oh, it's not really a pawn advantage. When a pawn is like the one on B7, it's not a pawn advantage on the queen side for black. So it kind of is like white's up a pawn on the F through H files.
Yeah, but he blocks everything. So, I mean, he's going to march his king up to A5, but the king will intercept on C7, and it looks like Armageddon.
All right, is there no breakthrough F3, G4 kind of stuff? No, you just leave the pawns where they are.
Yeah, that one big miss there from Amin, but yeah, tough to blame. As you said, the F4, it's always an anti-positional move. In bullet, sometimes you don't even think about it.
And they don't have the eval bar screaming that there's a tactic there, right? If you don't know there's a tactic, you're not playing F4, because in bullet, you need to move quickly, and it just looks so bad. So here, the position's locked up as Amin's king goes back towards the king side. This should just be an easy hold for this one. And we're going to get Armageddon, Jeffrey. 5 minutes to 4 minutes, draw odds for black. That is very exciting.
Yes, looking forward to that. I think Magnus in these kinds of positions, he likes to just go bishop takes A6 here just for fun, just to illustrate how locked up the position is. But yeah, in any case, draw.
Yeah, that's something that's good to show. That is how equal the position is, that you can just give up your bishop and still make that very same draw. There's no access for any of Black's pieces. But no, they agree on a draw here. They're not having as much fun as we are, but they are going into a stressful situation. It is Armageddon, and Amin Tabatabaei, he was the 4 seed heading to this match. He gets to choose which color. Jeffrey, you're Amin. Get into his head for a second. What color are you taking against Grischuk and Armageddon?
Well, wait. First, let me clarify the format. What is the increment?
There's no increment.
So it's what is it? The 4-3?
5 versus 4.
5 versus 4. Okay. Well, considering how the match has gone, I would probably go for Black, just because, Grischuk, he seems to be on the more cautious side. Obviously, he's going to change his approach in Armageddon if he gets white, but I still say that we see 3 draws. Give me Black. Let's get another draw.
And you can see the players are talking to the chess.com staff who are working so hard to make sure that players know exactly what's going on. And Grischuk, if he gets Black, he is down a minute on the clock. If that is what Amin wants to have, the white pieces, then Grischuk has 4 minutes. And we know that sometimes he takes big things, but we also know that he's a great bullet player, as evidenced by his 3,000 plus rating. So the trade-offs are really hard to evaluate, Jeffrey. I feel like you're correct that Amin should take Black because, he hasn't lost a game so far. He gets draw odds, and I think he plays more quickly out of the gates.
Right. I did have this one time scramble with Amin, and it kind of displayed how fast he was. So, and he does go for Black.
He does, and we see the minute come off his clock. Thanks so much, Chess.com team, making this happen. And we see Grischuk play knight f3 and d3. What do you make of his approach to this game?
Yeah, I mean, I think he just made kind of this confusing move order to get a few extra seconds to tick on Amin's clock. Nonetheless, we're just getting a reversed King's Indian-like setup. For
sure, and we've seen early bishop g5, maybe softening the defense of the d5 square, but here goes knight c3. And what I like about Grischuk's opening so far is there's no clarity to it, right? No pawn tension, no trades being offered, and he does play e4, which could even allow a queen trade, but things don't just simplify because the queens are off. You have to watch out for this d5 square for Black.
Nonetheless, I 100% agree with Amin's decision to take on e4, because you don't really want to play those positions after d4 and suddenly it's opposite sides attacking. So yeah, this is very practical approach, and will Grischuk be able to put pressure here?
To me, at the start of this, it looks like Grischuk not getting what you'd want to get after knight d4. If the knights come off the board, then we just have opposite colored bishops, and what are you playing for? So he goes knight to e1. He wants to kick this knight, and I think from a practical point of view, Jeffrey, great decision. That
honestly was a must. But for Amin, I still like his position. Maybe he wants to bring this knight back to d6. And in a perfect world, if he gets in f5, e4, he's going to be the one pressing, actually. But look who's the one thinking right now. It is Amin Tabatabaei. He spent a minute of his 4 minutes, and Grischuk has only spent now 40 seconds of his time. So it's a great start to this game on the clock for Grischuk. Yeah, but still the whole dynamic of the position is favorable to the side that only needs a draw, because this is opposite color bishops after all, and only a very slight imbalance in the pawn structure. So in terms of the opening, I'd be very happy as Amin. Agreed. And I think right now Grischuk just has to make a move like knight d3, giving up c2 because you have rook c1, rook c7. You said you need to create just differences in the position. We can't just have a static structure. He does play knight d3. And now Amin quickly, that was a really fast reaction to play rook e8. Great anticipation from Amin. He understands that this is Armageddon. The clock is likely the most important factor. And yeah, as Grischuk, I'm trying to, so I was also looking for the same thing here with knight c5, trying to provoke some weaknesses. Right, because if you play b6, knight a6, going after the c7 pawn, and if you play rook c8, there's bishop h3 at some moment you have to consider, although f5 is, you're pointing out, is going to be good for Black. So it just putting Amin on the clock. He's now spent a minute and a half of his initial 4 minutes. There is no increment here, so Amin is going to have to speed up. Indeed, yeah. He needs to decide whether or not to push b6 here, just go through gut, although he does take, which surprises me a bit.
And he just goes back, but knight takes b7, the c7 pawn. He may want after knight b7, rook b8, thinking rook takes c7 isn't possible. Oh, he goes here instead. Ugh, these pawns, Jeffrey, that looks bad for black.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this transformation by Amin. Although, okay, I understand he wants to go rook b8 and then eventually get in this f5, e4, lock up white's bishop.
But I mean, I feel like the next few moves for black are just difficult to play because you always have to be nervous about your c7 pawn dropping. After knight e4, you do just have rook to d7, but keeping everything together will not be easy.
Yep. Okay, goes back rook d7. Now f5 comes with tempo.
I'm going rook c4 here. I'm just trying to double in the c file.
Yeah, but I'm probably okay. Reread his mind there. But I'm probably going to just ignore the c7 pawn at this rate and kind of just play e4 and say, you know, you take on c7, but I might take on d5 and I also activate my bishop.
But you can't play at e4 for the foreseeable future because I can take on d4, right?
Right. I was imagining the case when you double, like let's say if you do it right here.
Gotcha. And he does it and he's going to play e4. So he played rook to b8.
I like this inclusion too.
Yeah, but you're so correct that e4 is a big problem for white to deal with because the white king is not safe.
Oh yeah, that is an excellent point. I could see potential back rank problems here for white. And now, how do you stop e4? And also, not to mention b2.
Well, he went knight a4 thinking that he's stopping e4 because the rook takes c7, but e4, rook c7, rook d5, rook a7. Not easy to figure out the evaluation. We can figure it out because we see on screen that black is slightly better. But if you're in this playing seat, no. It's really difficult to figure out.
Yeah, knight b5, just hold it together. And Sasha goes g4, trying to loosen up. Maybe bishop h3 could come. But can Amin? Yeah, Amin can come after this d5 pawn.
And Sasha goes after this knight a6 looks like the most obvious move.
Or there's also c6 too.
Oh, less obvious but stronger.
And this really clarifies the situation because once I win d5, there could be scenarios where I just plant my rook on d2 and get counterplay like that.
I think bishop h3 is kind of a must right now. Just attack.
Totally with you. Yeah, you have. I don't see any other options. Although, so rook's win, rook to5.
Is there mate back here? No, the king can slither out to e2.
But wait a second. But I mean, king on e2 is very. I mean, it's very vulnerable, right?
Right, because if you take, and you can even play knight d4 and take this rook, but this makes it equal rather than winning for black over the board. And now, who cares the evaluation bars? Let's look at the time. Like it's gonna be bullet.
Yes, and Amin evening it out, very drawish. Although white does have this outside passer, but e3, that's a big decision.
Huge decision, but I'm just trying to highlight that white has this extra pawn on the queen side that black will have to deal with. And right now, Amin on the clock, he's down 15 plus seconds, Jeffrey. It's even on the board, but it's not even on the clock.
Yeah, e2, he wants to simplify this as soon as possible. Get bishop f8, I guess, try and force the knights off because he could get flagged now in a dead drawn opposite colored bishop endgame. Okay,
bishop d5, bishop c4. Go for this pawn.
Yeah, it's all about the clock now at this point. I mean, almost all scenarios are leading to this situation where it's just going to be a drawn endgame.
Yeah, no, it's an equal position pretty much no matter what, barring a blunder. So let's just keep peace on the board. Let's keep the confusion there. And he goes knight b5 for that very purpose. Oh, take care of your a7 pawn because now I have an outside pass pawn. All these positions, even extra 10 seconds for Grischuk.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the wire. Suddenly, okay, Amin's going to have to sack his bishop. Can he create counterplay with his h pawn?
No, it's not even anymore. That was the one slip up needed because of the outside pass pawn. And now Grischuk up 20 seconds and objectively winning.
Yeah, maybe bishop c1 was mandatory just to get rid of that f pawn. And now all of a sudden, Amin, yeah, he's realizing there's not much he can do suddenly.
And he's compounding his issues here because he's also spending all his time. So even if he finds a way to draw, he'll get flagged. As long as white has a knight and bishop, even if there are no pawns remaining, that's going to be a win because you can checkmate with a knight and bishop versus a king.
Yeah, very unfortunate twist to this game. So I think he's going to try and target the F pawn somehow, but there's no way to do it after bishop D5.
Yeah, just put that bishop on H1. Just keep your bishop. Don't get, or put an A. I don't care which way you put it. Just do not give up your pieces.
Yeah, and once this knight gets back in, consolidates everything.
Is he gonna play King F3 or something?
I think you can just take the pawn now. Yeah.
Up a piece.
So, what can Amin drum up though? It's still, there might be tricks.
There's none. Knight takes F5. Yeah, Grischuk's up 20 seconds and objectively won over the board.
It's honestly crazy. I mean, it seems so safe for Amin, but it's just Grischuk, this relentless pressure, and now just picks up the knight, and that's it.
Yeah, it was good pre-moving by Amin to that point, and Amin Tabatabaei, unfortunately for him, he loses because of the clock, and Alexander Grischuk, he makes his way through, but that was an epic brawl.
It was, yeah. It honestly could have gone either way. Definitely feel for Amin right now. He played really, really well against a top-notch player. But yeah, that's the nature of this event. And I want to run it back a bit to this moment when he decided to trade the rooks, because my feeling was when he gave the check King E2, there had to be, you could go Rook G1 or Rook A1, and it felt like White's king could be getting mated there. Like imagine Bishop H6 threatens Knight D4 checkmate. So maybe a little bit too complacent to trade rooks there.
Yeah, and definitely easier for me to say in the commentator's chair, but you're right that he just tried to trade pieces for the objective evaluation, but taking the clock into account was essential. He was down 10 seconds at that point. Grischuk only built a bigger lead in the clock from there, and he lost a game that he could have won in this moment. So credit to Alexander Grischuk for putting that pressure on him. He had the extra minute to start with. He needed to win the game. He does so. But I think everybody is excited for what happens next here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase, because Hikaru Nakamura, Vidit Gujarati, those two have to square off, and that's coming up next. So we'll take a quick break, make sure that the players are set, and the action will continue here at the RCC presented by Coinbase. The left side of the bracket is filled out. We know Jan Nepomniachtchi will take on Alexander Grischuk in that semifinal. Here we are in the quarterfinal match number 3. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Vidit Gujarati. Jeffrey, they don't need any introduction, so we will not give them an intro. But this is potentially a one-game match. Hikaru with the white pieces, Vidit with black. Hikaru is a dominant force, and Vidit, he's a force of his own. So what do you make here? What do you think? Can Vidit hold him off with the black pieces?
Yeah, it does feel like that's what it comes down to. I think Vidit, it would be really important to see what kind of homework he's done. He needs to get out of the gate well. I know from meeting Hikaru a few weeks back that when you don't do that, you get wiped off the board. So let's see what Vidit has in store for Hikaru today.
Well, we know what Hikaru has in store. It's his lovely B3 lines. He is a B3 cowboy, even if Adiban has that name trademark. But here we see F6. We know never to play that move. But Jeffrey, that's a good move in these types of positions. Yeah,
it seems that Vidit, he has prepared this well. Maybe, yeah, I think the move order was a little bit mixed up because I believe white usually goes bishop b2 before bishop b5. So this seems like newer territory, and excited to see where it leads. Looks very double-edged so far. And Vidit's on the clock because he played f6 so he could play e5, and that's why Hikaru threw in the move d4. So if we think about the pluses and minuses for each player, black has the pair of bishops and the only player with the light square bishop, but you played this very compromising move f6, which takes away the jump from your knight, means that your development is going to be a little bit slower, but you could probably e6, bishop d6, knight e7, slow play it, but it was king f7, Jeffrey. Yeah, very adventurous move. It's the last one that I would consider myself. I was actually thinking about some move like c5, stacking pawn to get the center, but I'm really interested to see what is Vidit intending with this king f7 move. I love it just because it shows that Vidit's ready for a fight today. I don't know if it seems like it's good, right? The evaluation bar hasn't changed very much, but king f7, I mean, what is the idea? He makes the move and then is thinking again. Yeah, wait, did I see like a delayed reaction by Hikaru? Because that was the reaction he just made is the one that I had myself when king f7 was played. So he's h5 though. Hikaru's streaming, and so his stream is on delay as we bring it up to the audience. Yes, it is. There is a delay. His reaction was definitely to king f7, but I love it. Is Vidit just sending his pawns? Yeah, totally AlphaZero approach. Castling, it's overrated. Just fling all these kings to h5, g5. Let's go. Well, so now which pawn do we push? Because we could push h4, trying to play h3, taking advantage that black is the only side with the light square bishop. We could play g5, but we always have to watch out. Maybe there's a sacrifice. Our king is on f7 after all. So how are you starting this initiative on the king side? To me, it seems more natural to follow up with g5, yeah, because h4, h3, sometimes your attack suddenly just loses steam. So like starting out with g5 gives slight bit more flexibility. Oh my gosh. I mean, during the break, we were talking about how we were excited to watch Golden State versus Memphis. I feel like Vidit is the Ja Morant of today, just electric style here. This has to be some kind of preparation. He spent more time than Hikaru has, but you don't play king f7, h5, g5 without looking at this, right? Yeah, I mean, king f7, g5, h5, forget basketball. If people are playing like this, I'm tuning in. And yeah, maybe he can actually he can even delay pushing the pawns further. You can kind of develop bishop f5, e6, bishop d6. And then I've seen the engine actually in some other lines play like this. You just push g5, h5, not even to further advance, but just to gain space simply. Well, I think it's safe to say that Vidit has come ready for all the tactical melees that will ensue here. And the king is actually kind of safe on f7. That pawn on f6 takes control of the squares the knight can jump to. I was and have been and will continue to look at this bishop takes g5 sacrifice because it can also free up a knight e5 jump. Just any check against the king could be a nuisance. But for now, Vidit has everything under control. And Jeffrey, I have to ask you, you were mentioning bishop f5 first. He chooses e6. So the bishop on c8 is blocked in by its own pawn, but he clearly wants to get his bishop out. So do you like the decision to play e6? I mean, you
seem to prefer getting the bishop out first.
Right. I was worried about this bishop on c8. Could resemble a bit of what we saw in that first game, Tabatabaei Grischuk. But I think I understand Vidit's point. He wants to put the knight on f5 instead. And the knight on f5 is going to be a strong piece because it can't be easily kicked from that square.
Wow. And just goes to show that the move h5, not only can you attack with it, but you take away any sort of pawn push to g4 to kick the pieces out. Not that white really wants to throw pawns in front of his own king. So what's white's plan? We keep talking about, all right, is black going to be safe, this and that. Hikaru puts a rook on e1, but what are his next few moves going to look like?
Yeah, so I think this is actually a concrete move. Now, if knight e7 or knight h6, you need to worry about sacks. So like knight h6, maybe knight g5. If knight e7, maybe bishop g5, and e6 is hanging. So gotta watch out for those, like you had mentioned.
I'm going to show that on the board just so people don't have to visualize, but they can see knight e7 getting in the queen's path. I'm already looking at bishop takes g5, as we've been discussing, because you hit the king, you hit this pawn a second time, and I mean, the king does not want to go to f6. It does attack the knight and protect e6, but come on, let's be real. We're playing a rapid game of chess here. Kings don't belong out in the open. So instead, we saw bishop d6 first, and now it's Hikaru on the clock. What's it? I like black's position. I just don't believe that white has a clear initiative, in which case black is a few moves away from coordinating all the pieces, and then he's really going to be better.
Yeah, true. These next few moves are going to be critical for Hikaru to see what exactly can he drum up against this enterprising setup by Vidit. One
idea that is probably not easy for most of our viewers to take into account, but h4 from white, because sometimes you actually push pawns where your opponent is attacking because it kind of cements a certain structure. I don't love the move h4, but it does give me the f4 square if you push g4. And we're talking about f5 is good for black. I would like to get to the f4 square eventually for white. I'm not sure though, because it feels like it might be playing into black's hands.
Right. That the idea definitely can be useful at some moment, but a little bit worried that after h4, g4, black just gets his knight to g6, and you can't really make use of that f4 square.
So Hikaru drops his knight to d2, and this pawn on d5, great pawn, taking care of any forward jumps. I think knight e7 is fairly straightforward as a move and played by Vidit. Hikaru down on the clock, down according to the eval bar, and not really finding a plan. So this seems like Vidit has done a great job out of the gates here.
Totally agree. Yeah, this, as I said right before the game, it's so important to kind of get the position that you want out of the opening against Hikaru, and he's done just that. Okay, well,
Hikaru brings the knight from f3 back to f1. Knight g3 is a possible move. For example, after knight f5, you already think is knight g3 is trading knight's good for white? Is it good for black? Not easy because there are trade-offs there. But right now, Vidit on the clock, he plays a5. So he's playing ambitiously on the queen side in addition to the king side. I like it.
Yeah, definitely playing on all sides here. I would like to see knight g6 come, followed by bishop a6, I think, just so everything feels compact now for black and all of my pieces are kind of on their right squares.
I think one very frustrating element of this position, Jeffrey, is you have these pawns in g5 and h5, and we were praising the idea, but it's never clear when you continue to push them. You made the point that, h4, h3, it looks like you're making some progress there, but if this pawn goes to h3 and white just pushes the pawn to g3, there's no attack to follow up with. So, wow, Hikaru sacrifices a pawn. If Jeffrey, if Vidit wants it, what do you think, Jeffrey? Should Vidit take this pawn on b6, or should he just give up his light square bishop with rook to b8? Because the bishop on c7 is quite powerful.
Yeah, honestly, I like both. I think taking at first, to me, intuitively, it felt wrong. But then I realized that black has some ideas here later on with, like, say, bishop a6 and knight f4. Like, okay, I'm assuming bishop a3 comes, and then bishop a6 and knight f4. But also ignoring it makes a lot of sense because you do have this huge center. Right. So it makes sense. Keep it, and yeah, some potential for e5 later.
Well, Hikaru saying, no, you're going to take that knight, because if you don't, I'm going to steal your a5 pawn. So bishop takes b6, followed by queen takes b6, still available to Vidit, and he's going for it because the pawn a5 was an important pawn. We already saw an outside pass pawn lead to good positions in other matches. Here, it's just an extra pawn for black. Jeffrey, I don't believe in Hikaru's position at all.
Yeah, Hikaru, he forced Vidit's hand there with bishop d2, but it kind of, it helped Vidit, make a pretty clear-cut decision. And now, okay, and Hikaru ready to give this d4 pawn away as well.
Is it desperation, or is it just seeking activity? Maybe it's a hint of both. I would probably just play bishop to d7 for Vidit, although I know I have to contend with rook to c5, blocking the queen's access to the d4 pawn and putting more pressure on this a5 pawn.
Yeah, big decision here. I'm trying to understand after queen d4, rook c6, how dangerous is this for white? Like, I'm thinking maybe rook b7 there. Because again, if you don't show me something, then it's a central pawn.
No, rook b7 is an excellent move. So I hope that everybody who is watching, you think, oh, I need to develop my bishop. I need to play a knight to e5 because that's a square I just was able to take control of by removing the d4 pawn. I loved rook b7. He plays knight to e7, but after rook c7, I still think he might play rook to b7.
Yeah, makes sense. Although Vidit, I mean, he might want to protect his a5 pawn as well. Just keep that extra pawn, and if rook c7, maybe he can start with queen b6 just to keep his pawn up.
Have you been talking to Yasser recently? Because we know how greedy Yasser is, keeping every extra pawn possible.
Yes, he was commenting at the American Cup, so maybe that did rub off me.
Yeah, well, and Jeffrey's point is that if we just try to deal with the rook, the a5 pawn will fall, and that evens up the material. But Jeffrey, I have to say, black with the extra 2 pawns in the center, that looks more promising than white's slow-moving queenside pawns.
Yeah, true. I mean, after rook b7, bishop a5, for sure, it's still much, much better for black. The question is, if you can get away with queen b6, then why not?
Yeah, I guess one of the big questions is, from Vidit's perspective, does he want to minimize the risk? Because a queen trade, and he plays rook to b7, there's nothing to fear after the queen trade. He's not going to lose that game, and he goes for it. And there's actually a problem, I guess, in taking on a5, because after the queens get traded and this rook slides to a8, there's a bishop on a5 and a pawn on a2 behind it.
Yeah, but I wanted to take right here, so not to free your rook.
Right, and here's queen c2, but just to show everybody, bishop takes a5, and then after the queen trade, we see that more trades are possible, and this is the position we were talking about before. Black has the 2 passed pawns in the center, white has 2 on the queen side, but they're slower to get moving. d4, knight d5, all these kind of jumps are going to be a problem for white to deal with. So it could have been a path for Hikaru, but he decides to play queen c2, understanding that the alternative was not promising.
Yeah, this must be correct from a practical approach. That endgame just looked disastrous for white. So Hikaru, trying to keep queens on the board, trying to keep some kind of complexity, but obviously he understands that his position is not looking good.
And your queen b6 idea looks perfectly timed. Let's get that rook out of there. If you bring the second rook to defend, well, then I can trade off the queens. And Vidit is playing a marvelous game right now.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect so far. And as Hikaru now, I'm thinking maybe rook c5, just keep as much stuff on the board.
I think it's a great choice, especially considering the clock situation where Vidit is down not too much time, but 25 seconds. It does add up, especially with limited remaining minutes on the board. And rook c5, I think we'll see e5. Oh, and he allows the trade of everything on c7. Jeffrey, I think that Vidit, if he wants it, he can just trade, play e5, and then start pushing those pawns in the center.
Yeah, I would do it, although be careful about the order, because if you let my rook stay on c7 for too long, I could take on a5, bishop b4. So I was thinking maybe just clarify that immediately with something along the lines of rook d8, rook d7. Although that's a little bit too safe.
But I see what you're saying. And I guess it's also important to note that C8 is defended enough times. For the moment, of course, rook d8 was after the queen trade because the rook needs to keep it behind the h7 square. That's one of those ways you lose in bullet chess, where you make a quick move with your rook to d8 and then queen h7 happens and you get checkmated. So he plays e5, no fear from Vidit Gujrathi. The king looks a little bit exposed, but that's an illusion.
That is such a cool-headed move there by Vidit. Because a lot of people, when they're playing Hikaru, just kill any kind of tactics, but Vidit, he shows that he has everything under control. He can get away with e5 first, and this tempo that he's gaining is absolutely huge.
Right, because this pawn a5, you can't capture it. There's a queen there defending, and if you take on b7, thank you very much. My bishop takes, and then my rook comes to c8, and everything is wonderful in black's position. So your rook c5 idea, I think it's a necessity. And after the rook comes to c5, maybe I'll just jettison that pawn with a4, because at the very least, I've harmed your pawn structure. My center is safe and sound. It's a beautiful looking position for Vidit.
Yeah, like you said, rook c5, a4 looks good. Caro goes for the rook trade. Is he playing queen c7 on bishop takes, or
is queen c7? I guess he can get away with that. I'm looking at a variety of moves at that point, including the queen trade, or also queen a6, and we see queen c7. I think queen a6 to get rook c8 in.
Queen a6 looks great, and yeah, that again, it's so weird that Vidit, he advanced all his queenside pawns, but there's absolutely nothing Hikaru can do about that setup.
In fact, they just limit the scope of white's pieces. This knight on f1, it's going to jump into the game later, but for now, it hasn't been doing anything. And if we trade and play bishop a8, there's bishop takes a5, and that's the exact type of scenario you were discussing earlier, Jeffrey, where there's a pin on the 7th rank, and white is very active. So queen a6, again, a level-headed move from Gujarati. This is a fantastic game of chess from him.
He's playing absolutely insane. I mean, the precision, and I mean, it's all that's left is converting it.
Rook a8, anybody?
Yeah, I was wondering if Hikaru had something up his sleeve, although I don't see it actually.
He does. Okay, this is clever. So rook a8, bishop b4, because my threat is rook c7, so you can't take on a2. And after knight c6, there's a4 anyway, because knight takes b4, there's rook c7 check. And I'm sure that black is still better even there, but at the very least, you got to keep your pawns.
Yes. No, that is a very important tactic too, that Hikaru find to kind of at least stay in the game. Okay, Vidit starts with knight c6, and yeah, he just says, all right, let's start pushing.
And this pawn can go to d4, a4. The problem for white is the pawns can't go anywhere. You can put a3 so he can get in b4, but if you put a4, you lose access to b4. And so that's why he's trying to induce it. Look at Vidit go. He's like, you're going to push that a pawn.
But Hikaru is still not obliging. So yeah, it seems that Hikaru is also saying, like, you can push d4, but I just play knight d2, and how exactly are you going to smash through here?
Yeah, I think this knight on c6, and that needs to be improved. But unfortunately, you can't play knight e7 to d5 because the bishop will take it. You can think about knight a5 at some point, but not with the knight on d2. It makes no sense. Yeah, I want to improve this piece. So Jeffrey, tell me, where's my knight going?
Yeah, I think the perfect square is on e6. If you can somehow prepare knight d8, e6, that's the dream. But question is, can you? d3, yeah, I felt like this might be a bit rushed because this pawn could become targetable. Like, imagine f3, king goes to e3, rook c3. Not sure. It needs to be, this has to be supported concretely by Vidit.
I think he rushed there. He was playing such a measured game, and then he played d3, and we see the eval bar, it's going down. And the reason why is because now this d3 pawn is easier to access, whereas when there was a pawn chain, you're not getting to that pawn. Yeah,
I'm actually curious as to what he saw, because intuitively it felt like, you push d3, but again, knight on d2, that pawn cannot advance any further. So yeah, really, I'm not sure why he did that, but in any case, still unclear, this endgame.
Maybe he thinks that you he can just protect it with rook d8, bishop a6 if you attack it again. So he's saying, why not mobilize my passed pawns in the center of the board? And what he needs is somehow to be able to punch through e4. But this knight on d2 is such a pain.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any way to kick or coerce that knight out. So my concern here for Vidit is at some point, he's going to have to deal with Hikaru's A and B pawns. Those pawns are not just going to stay put for the whole game, and here it comes.
Is all of a sudden Hikaru going to turn what was a disadvantage into not just even a better position, but almost a winning one? If those pawns get rolling up the queen side, Black is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru, he's just showing why he's just, one of the best. That Vidit, I mean, we all saw how amazing he played. I think maybe all perfect moves, but even then, just one mistake, and all of a sudden we have a position that's just unclear.
Vidit's going to lose this game. I'm not rooting for any player, but I'm looking at the time. I'm looking at the trajectory of the game. Vidit now down to 40 seconds. It's getting really difficult with his B pawn rolling. I guess rook to b8. Maybe that's the move you should play, but he's spending too much time.
Yeah, you got to go. Oh,
whoa!
Tries e4. This could work though. This could work.
He's freeing the e5 square for his knight.
Yeah, if card takes twice, maybe something. I was gonna say king d5, although it's still not so clear what's going on there.
I think he just wants to get that knight to e5, which protects d3. Also, there's some knight g4 checks. So he played right away, just offering a trade here.
Yeah, it makes practical sense to kind of change the nature because, again, if you had to defend passively, it was going to be really hard with the clock situation. So, yeah, h3, I like that, just preventing knight g4.
Great move. And it's, this side of the board has been irrelevant for a while, but now it became a necessary move to stop knight g4, as you're saying. And I mean, what does Black do? Down to 26 seconds, knight g6, knight f4.
Yeah, I wanted to suggest rook g8 on that last move. So rook g8 and bishop b7 to get counterplay like this. Because if Black can't activate the rook, then this is just going downhill fast.
So let's play rook c8, and that's what he does because he realizes that the white rook is about to cause some serious problems. In fact, white was about to win a piece, it looks like. So that's why rook c8 forces the rooks off the board unless you play knight c4, but then you shatter your own structure. And Jeffrey, I'm going to point out, because I love doing this, a8, dark square bishop don't match.
Yes, they don't match, but Hikaru doesn't care. He thinks probably that A and C is enough to win that endgame, which maybe, yeah, it's probably the case. Yeah, because pawn would just rush to a7. So Vidit keeps the rooks, but this doesn't seem like enough.
Connected past pawns, and Vidit's down a pawn at that. So it's looking like a clear path. Oh,
well, yeah, I think he just wants to repeat and then probably b5.
Okay, Hikaru himself only with 40 seconds. So he could go wrong in that time trouble. And it goes rook d4. So knight c6, there was probably a check.
Yes. And this seems like a really solid configuration here by Hikaru, just preparing king e3. And doesn't seem like a way to create a threat here for Vidit.
No. And for the moment, it looked like there was a knight c4 check, but then king would have taken on d3. And so it didn't actually pan out. And now it's just clear. The pawns are rolling, and Vidit's going to
in 1 second. Yeah.
Oh, he got the move off.
I cut it off.
I thought he lost some time.
Yeah, so did I, but doesn't seem like it'll matter after. I think b6 is enough here.
Yeah, Hikaru is just so difficult to beat. Even when you have an overwhelming advantage throughout the game, a7, I don't think you stop that pawn. But he just never allows himself to just collapse. He always puts up a huge fight. And Jeffrey, what a bounce back there by Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, I've seen this movie far too many times where it seems like you have Hikaru on the ropes, but he just keeps playing and so hard to drag down. As you saw, one mistake, that's all it takes for him to turn the tide.
And d3, I mean, I get it. He wanted to push his past pawn, but that was a move that gave Hikaru so much play that he didn't have before that. There's a healthy pawn chain defending everything. So d3 was the move that Vidit wishes he could take back. Not allowed in chess. That means Hikaru Nakamura moves on To face whom? That's the big question, because after this break, we will have the fourth and final quarterfinal matchup. It will be Nurdirbek Abdusattorov taking on Maxim Matlakov. So, Jeffrey, who's your favorite? Is it going to be Nurdirbek with the white pieces or Maxim, who won the RCC knockout by playing black every game?
Yeah, if Nurdirbek wins, that would set up a rematch, I think, of I believe Nurdirbek defeated Hikaru in one of the knockouts. So if that would happen, Hikaru throws for revenge, but obviously can't look ahead as Nurdirbek Matlakov, extremely formidable opponent. I would take Nurdirbek here with the white pieces, just young gun. I guess I always cheer for the young gun. So, but in any case, yeah, it's going to be a great match.
He is the world rapid chess champion, so we know how strong he can be. We'll find out if Nurdirbek Abdusattorov has what it takes when we return, and he faced off against Maxim Matlakov here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
We found it. Queen G1,
Queen G1.
G2, and the king is wide open.
Here it goes. Rook. Can the rook follow the queen? Rook
Yes,
C1?
it can, but you get a draw at best.
But maybe the knight is just not that good of a
Queen D1.
Queen D1. Queen D1's an excellent. Okay, he's repeating.
Knight back to D5. Knight H4 though.
Oh,
Knight creates mate threats. Knight F6 check. Knight F6.
Oh, knight F6. He found it. Queen A7. Rook D8.
No way.
Oh my gosh! Out of absolutely nowhere. The Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG continues tomorrow. Via Brandon Jacobson, the 4 seed, taking on Wonder Liang, the 5. And I have the perfect person to ask about this matchup, which starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific. Jeffrey, you know both these players. You said you like rooting for the younger players. I wonder, you know him very well. I'm sure you've played him many times. Who's the favorite in that matchup?
Yeah, really looking forward to this American Derby. I would say that, okay, obviously both of them, they're going to school, but it's still clear to me that Brandon, he plays much more online chess. So that will definitely favor him. I give him the nod here against a Wander.
Okay. Well, Brandon, he is a formidable force. He plays a ton online, as you mentioned, but he is going to have to wait till tomorrow, because right now we're going to have Nordibek Abdusattorov taking on Billy Kimba, a Peaky Blinders fan, is Maxim Matlakov. So Abdusattorov with the white pieces, he is the world rapid champion. As mentioned, Matlakov, he went through the gauntlet with the black pieces every single time and made his way to a KO championship himself. So I'm having a hard time predicting this one. I'll go with Nordibek. I think his opening preparation has been stellar, particularly for the time control. But I just don't want to overlook Matlakov as really a strong foe.
Yeah, I think, I mean, both players in the particular in the RC have, I feel, raised their level. Like I seem to see them in the knockouts all the time. So just, yeah, really looking forward. And so going to be an open game.
Okay, well, here we see C4, and you said open game, and we might get some kind of Slav and closed position, depending on how Matlakov plays this. Oh, we're going to exchange Slav. So, okay, we'll get an open game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Nordibek approaches this, because I think he prefers more of the dynamics like most young players do. So we'll see how he plays these kinds of positions.
Well, it starts with bishop e2, and that means there's no bishop g4 pin. Funny business over here. Oftentimes, white tries to hop this knight into e5. You can think about bringing your queen to b3, if I'm not mistaken, because knight a5, there's queen a4 check.
He does it, yeah. So this move usually provokes rook a7, which is like, oh, but okay, this is the more, this is a modern idea from black, which is to sacrifice the b pawn, but you get this kind of end game where you win that bishop, and then you try and attack b2, which is not the easiest pawn to defend.
Right, just showing how that happens, where white is up a pawn, but as you point out, rook b8 going after the b file, where white can castle queenside, but you may protect a pawn and then lose your king, because that looks like a pretty blistering attack in the work. So instead, we see bishop g5 after a little bit of a think, and then queen c7 as the response. So Jeffrey, that little think there, I wonder if Nordibek is now out of his book, or if he just was a little bit surprised by knight h5. How do you assess that moment?
I believe he didn't know it, because this is a position that I know myself, mainly because I played it as white against Robson. Mm-hmm. But normally bishop e5 is more critical, I would say, provoking f6 and bishop g3. So bishop g5, it's not the most testing line, I think.
Okay, and now the follow-up from Nordibek has not been played, so you're clearly correct that he is out of his book, but that doesn't mean he's out of his element, and he moves knight to d2, hitting this knight on h5. Jeffrey, would you retreat the knight? Would you play h6? Because sometimes you can just attack a different piece. Would you play bishop g6, something like that? What's your preference?
Yeah, I look for either h6 or bishop g6. I'm not too enthusiastic about bringing the knight back, because I like it on h5, where it covers the f4 and g3 squares, and I can potentially win white's bishop by going h6 g5. So the question for me is, this position, like after h6 bishop h4 g5, what is this? Like bishop h5 gh, is that a good transition for black? What do you think?
We see this in so many openings, right, where this is a possibility. And I always struggle to know, because I like the bishop pair from black's perspective. Even the semi-open g-file looks nice, but then these pawns are kind of iffy, and it says it's completely even, zeros. So it just goes to show that even the engine is not certain who should stand better. And knight d2, Matlakov hasn't moved Jeffrey. I think he will play h6 and g5, but he's just trying to make sure that as he proceeds into that variation, he knows that he is doing okay.
Yeah, so I actually don't like bishop g6 now, because then Nordibek, he could do a Vidit with g4 h4. And this
Mhm.
expansion kind of looks attractive to me with bishop f4 coming with tempo. So now I'd be more inclined to actually enter this h6 g5 position.
Is that what we call it now? This is the Vidit from now on?
Okay, many people have done similar, but sure, because of the last game, let's go with the Vidit.
And Jeffrey Xiong doth proclaim that on this day that G4 H4 pawn pushes are now known as the Vidit.
So yeah, still thinking. Okay, there is knight of 6-2, which is like the most conservative. Just okay, that stops the G4 ideas. But yeah, I feel like in the spirit is h6 g5, grab the bishop.
The problem with knight f6 is if I take it, I could even strike with e4 and just sort of break the whole position open, and that's starting to look a little sketchy for black.
That is interesting. You mean right away, like you take e4?
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure, but yeah, Matlakov certainly contemplating something. Quite a big thing here.
Oh, people often ask, how do you define a critical moment? This is a great example of one because there are several different ideas that black can go. If knight f6, you get the double pawns, but the bishop pair. If you play h6, you know that you're playing g5 next. You're going to get the bishop pair, but double isolated pawns in the h file. If you play bishop to g6, are we going to see g4, h4, and how bad is that for black? So there are several different options here for Matlakov, and they have very different consequences. So I think he's doing a great job of thinking here, but unfortunately, he spent a ton of time.
Yeah, so finally he opts for bishop g6, and there you go. Here's the Vidit.
Okay, step one of the Vidit. If h4, maybe black has h5?
Yeah, I'm wondering if bishop f4, I think Matlakov has bishop d6 in mind. So he doesn't want to waste time moving the queen. He'll give b7 up because now that white kind of made it clear that he's leaving the key in the middle, then this kind of thing like the b file opening is going to be in black's favor. So h4 comes in one go. And as you mentioned, h5 could lead to some really interesting play.
Yeah, h5, you could play the calmer h6, but that doesn't create tension in the position. And he plays h5. So one thing to consider is if we trade now and then trade again, black will end up with a rook on h5, an isolated but passed pawn on h4, and black has double pawns but are harder to attack. So I'm trying to figure out if that sequence of moves were to occur, is black happy about that? I would imagine the answer should objectively be yes in the short term, but maybe in the long term there's some kind of issue.
Right, that is a tricky position to evaluate. The other alternative to go bishop f4 and g5 to lock it up, and then yeah, it's all really difficult to evaluate. So again, bishop f4, I like bishop d6 here by black to not don't move the queen, I think, because I'm not worried about queen takes b7 at all. Okay,
right.
g5. So knight d7, I assume.
You could, I guess, go into g4, but knight d7 is autopilot for me.
Yeah, so the big question about this position is where do you put white's king? I'm thinking to keep following the footsteps of Vidit and play something like f4 king f2. So
we've expanded the definition of what it means to Vidit. So here, you just want to bring your king there. I mean, that makes sense because you're locking up the position, but for how long, Jeffrey? After knight d7, and if you play f4, can't black at some point strike with f6?
Yeah, but then you have to worry about the g file. Like if I'm in time to go knight f3, rook g1, that's not going to be in your favor.
Fair point. That it may look like you're going for an attack, but in fact, you're creating some loose pieces and squares along the G file. So Matlakov, once again, this is an important moment. He could go forward with knight to G4. That often results in your knight being trapped, but there is no F3 because that's not E3, but that is the E3 pawn would be hanging, not to mention the queen would try to jump to G3. So will Matlakov just play the calm knight D7? Will he play the more adventurous knight G4? He is using his time and now down 3+ minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate knight for knight f1, and black needs to find a move because f3 is probably threatened. He did play it, right?
He did. But f3, Jeffrey, it may not even be that big of a threat because let's go knight f1. I'm going to castle just to force this variation. After knight e3, knight takes e3. I was already looking queen g3 check, knight takes d4. I feel like white's position is falling apart.
Yeah, excellent point. Maybe white has to play one more move to prepare that idea, but then your idea f6 could come into play. So you're right. Maybe concretely knight g4 works.
And he plays knight f1. So step one of this possible plan. And after castles kingside, let's not forget that white can just take this and play h5. So it's not that I have to trap the knight. Maybe it's worth exploring the capture, and can I mount an attack from there?
Yeah, that makes sense, because if you can't trap this knight, it's going to be a very powerful piece to deal with. F6 looks like a serious threat. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I was trying to make a move to go f3, but it doesn't seem like I have any time for that. So yeah, now I'm looking into your suggestion, bishop g4, h5, h6. How dangerous is that?
Oh, he's looking still for f3. He's saying, I'm going to trap your knight. And is it even a threat? I'm not sure. Can we play f6? Can we sacrifice a pawn with e5? I don't think e5 looks very good. So I'm going to eliminate
that. What if f6? This is very tempting. So like if f3, yeah. Oh.
Can I then take? That's what I'm wondering now.
Oh, you want to take an h5. Aha, okay.
I've sort of induced a weakness from you in the white square. So f6, I guess f3 needs to be considered, but I'm just trying to play it a little safer and go like this. And maybe I can even thrust that pawn all the way to g6 and your king could be in huge danger.
Yeah, very interesting concept. Although I also noticed that your queen on b3 is lacking squares. So if I go b5 next, I'm threatening knight a5. Maybe I start on the other side of the board.
You are a brilliant man. b5 right now, f3 traps the knight, but as you're pointing out that this queen could be in big trouble.
Yeah, I wasn't actually thinking about it right here, because still knight a5, queen a3, right? It's not the end of the world for white.
I don't have, because my knight's hanging on a5.
But there could be, no, I still think f6 is the natural way, because obviously you just worry about f3. You want to make sure you're not losing your knight. So I know that after f6, f3, knight e3, that must be sufficient compensation. So that's why I wanted to go in this direction.
And you're just going to take here and then go like check and...
Yeah, because now I get the rook involved. I just feel like, okay, it's two pawns. My feeling is that, especially in rapid, I like black here.
But in chess, aren't we supposed to feel less and calculate more? Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
Definitely not in rapid, but okay. Speaking personally, I'm a very intuitive player. Sometimes that backfires, but I stick to my gun. So I love just playing by instinct.
And I'm guessing you don't love being down 4.5 minutes in the clock.
Yeah, I mean, truly the position is sharp, but at the same time, you have to understand there are big decisions coming down the road. He does opt for rook c8. So an interesting approach here by Matlakov.
So f3 presumably is out of the question now, because after f3, you can I do this knight takes e3 thing? I guess he's going to go b5 and trap the queen. Is like, I think it's
whoa. That's a little bit too deep, no? Rook c8 and b5.
But otherwise, what was the point of rook c8?
That's a good question. I was trying to figure it out myself, but if it really is connected with b5, that's impressive.
Maybe it's connected with knight b4 as well, or something like that.
Maybe, but yes, Noterbeck, he saw what was coming, so he starts with a3, very useful move.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, f3 is still on the table. Like, I actually like refraining from this from a clock perspective, because as long as Matlakov has to think, does f3 trap my knight, and am I getting enough compensation for the sacrificed knight? Let's say once again, drawing the wrong square, knight takes e3. Like, am I getting enough for it? Matlakov's going to burn his remaining time.
It is so annoying that you have to invest at least 10 seconds every single move to check, make sure you're not losing that knight.
I'm taking this. I think from the pragmatic approach is playing h5, playing g6, because the position remains closed. Black's king could be endangered later. I understand I'm giving away my very important light squared bishop, especially if this knight comes around to c4, but I like the prospects that white has.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think f3 knight e3 is going to end well for black, at least from a practical standpoint. So I would do the same take. And I'm wondering, can you even consider h5 h6?
Yes.
Try and open up the h file.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I just said h5 g6 because it looked cool, but I think what you're saying, why just throw that pawn forward all the way and create problems for the black king. So Noterbeck, he's thinking I can't imagine f3. I mean, what you were just saying before is taking and everything's open and white's king will never, ever find shelter. Doesn't seem like a wise decision.
Yeah, the one thing Noterbeck always has to take into account is this move knight a5, because connected with knight, I mean, knight coming to c4, all of black's pieces are in the position where it could become very serious.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are sacrifices galore. And Noterbeck, he's still, after this about 2-minute thing, he's still up 3 minutes on the clock. And he's calculating the differences between here. What else is even a candidate move?
Yeah, I'm calculating this f3 still. I think it must only be f3 that he's thinking about. This f3, knight e3, knight e3, probably queen g3, most natural. And then maybe he's trying to make, I don't actually know where you go with the king here.
So bad, because if you go king d2, you even drop the d4 pawn as well. If you go to f1, then you're walking right into the f file and sacrifices for checkmate. Yeah,
feels like you shouldn't explore down this tumultuous path too much.
Well, if we can eliminate that, is there another move that he's thinking of besides bishop takes g4? Your f takes g5, knight takes f2, obvious follow-ups. So I'm just taking. I'm out of options.
Me too. Yeah, I don't think there's another move besides those two. So it may be that he doesn't like bishop g4 either, because what I mentioned, that bishop on e2, it covers c4. Once it leaves, knight e5 c4, it could be a devastating threat almost. So if white's not in time with his own queenside play, then it might be bad. So it does. I understand why he's investing a lot of time here.
Yeah, because this bishop will slide forward to f5 after bishop takes, and pawn h5. The bishop will have to slide forward because you don't want to get very passive. And then knight a5 is a really, really, really annoying plan, as you've pointed out. So I think you just have to go for it because I really just don't like any other move for white. It's very clear that black is the one trying to open things up, and he, at long last, goes for it.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see what is going on after bishop f5 h6, because I was calculating while Noterbeck was in the tank. H6, knight a5. Oh, but he does go g6, which I thought it was too slow, because what if knight a5 here?
Knight a5, can he? So the queen's being traded doesn't mean that I can't try to attack you later. So I was wondering if queen b4 is an option, but that looks bad. You just trade queens and there's no checkmate going to happen because I can never play h6 without dropping g6.
Yeah, it felt, at least this position started to feel easier for black. He does offer the endgame, but after knight c4, does he want? But knight e4, there's bishop c2, which is really annoying.
Does he want knight g3? And because this bishop is loose, if knight takes b2, is knight takes d5?
Oh, this idea. Yeah, maybe that works actually. Didn't see it. It's
a wild attempt, but after knight g3, what other move do you have?
Yeah, I think that's actually, he needs to find it, because if not knight g3, I don't see a good way to stop knight b2.
Right, and b3, they just knight b2 anyway, so he plays it.
He finds it. Nice. Okay. So knight b2, knight f. Wait, you take on f5 or d5 first?
I haven't decided. I'll let you do that for me.
I think, yeah. So the problem with knight f5 is maybe rook c3.
But it's almost checkmate. Right?
Oh, it is. It is on. Wait, is that mate actually?
Here, let's see.
Show that. I think that's mate.
Yeah. So we're saying knight e7 check here in h6. We want to take and play rook h7 checkmate. Yeah, that's mate.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So then. Yeah.
So that's not going to happen.
So then, yeah, then you'd have to take and allow knight d5.
Yeah, but this is
that. Yeah, that's not something I want to allow. So Matlakov, again, he's trying to find another move, but he does go for this.
Wait, then he's just okay. So we'll see how this game concludes, but this looks like a problem.
Yeah, because wait, if you take on D1, is it coming anyway?
Yeah, I think so. And in fact, Jeffrey, the pawn F6 and F5 means your king can never try to run away to F6.
Yeah, that might. I mean, that's just game over. Yeah, so he cannot allow 97.
But if you just move your rook, then I move my rook, and then I'm going to play H6 anyway. And
yeah, wow, this is a big turn of events. Wait, but if you go back and move, like, what was maybe knight D6 instead?
instead of what?
Knight D6, like instead of allowing knight F5. So you had to keep the structure intact.
Yes, knight D6 to defend the bishop looks much better, but easy to say. Oh gosh.
Oh, and this. Oh no.
Oh gosh, it's checkmate right there. Oh, you can't stop me from promoting. Let's say you move the rook out of the way. I take, and then I have.
Oh, he allows
mate. And Matlakov just shakes his head, and he allows a checkmate. So that's being a good sport about it in the end. But just to show, if you try to make room for your king on the F8 square, let's say you move your rook here after pawn takes, king takes. Well, I checkmate you this way with rook F7, which is another nasty checkmate. And if you made a little bit more space with rook D8, then after this trade, I forget about checkmate. Although actually, I may just checkmate this way too.
This is just it's just brutal, honestly.
I was going to push my pawn, right? I was going to get a new queen because that also wins. But after knight takes F5, king G8 to stop the checkmate. Well, I can go like this, or I can probably move my knight back and checkmate that way, or move my pawn. Everything's checkmate.
Yeah, it's many riches here.
Nodibek Abdusattorov, he is our fourth and final semifinalist. And Jeffrey, no real surprise there. We know how powerful of a player he is. But the way that game went, it was topsy-turvy, where he did the Vidit, threw his pawns forward, then was probably in some trouble, and then a surprise checkmate attack.
Yeah, it felt like Matlakov, I think he was handling it accurately, but just spending a little bit too much time. And then later on, he kind of had to play faster, and inevitably, when you play fast, a guy like Nuremberg, just insane tactical vision, hard not to blunder, and it sets up this rematch against Hikaru.
So we have two excellent matchups ahead. We have to start with one. The one up next is Xiong Nepomniachtchi against Alexander Grischuk. So we will take a quick breather here. The players will get set, and then we'll get ready for the semifinals here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
It took him to fix with the draw when you have, oh my goodness, it happened right here on national television. Did you see that? Oh my goodness, wonderful. I'm hurt. Oh man, oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, I hate chess. Wait a second. Oh, he found, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Thanks to our presenting sponsor, Coinbase, which proudly supports the Rapid Chess Championship. The best part about Coinbase, you can earn crypto while learning about crypto. So what are you waiting for? Go to coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today. Well, Jeffrey, we have our 4 finalists set here at the Sunday KO portion of Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alexander Grischuk, and Jan in game 1, he was lightning fast with the white pieces. Do you think that's what we'll see here again?
I believe so. It was a clinical performance. Just a wonderful demonstration to give a guy like Anish no chance. It's really tough, but he managed to do it, and we'll see if Grischuk fares better.
Well, Grischuk, he had himself a tough opening match because Tabatabaei went all the way down to Armageddon, and that game went all the way down to the waning seconds. And he did win that game. He got to move on, but with the black pieces here against his compatriot, or someone he's played against many, many times, and we're waiting for Grischuk to sit down and get ready for this matchup. But Sasha. Right, we know how good he can be. So what do you expect? Are we going to get a Najdorf?
I wish. I think Grischuk, he usually sticks to his headline, which is the Berlin, I believe. So looking to see another Italian. I'm wondering if Grischuk will have had a quick look at Nepo's game against Anish and look to improve the line somewhere.
We know that Grischuk, he's flexible, as many of the top players are. I'm hoping for that Najdorf. He's played the Sicilian against Magnus Carlsen, so he can play it against anybody. But let's remind everybody of what the participants are competing for, because in addition to the Grand Prix points over the season, there's a lot of prize money at stake. The winner gets $7,500. Second, you see $3,500. And just by making it this far, $2,500 minimum.
Really, really nice prizes. I can say it myself from playing in all these events. Just huge shout out to chess.com. Us chess players, so grateful for these opportunities.
And if we can bring the leaderboard up for a second, I want to reiterate that by showing you that for players, even like we see David Paravian in 5th place, almost $10,000. I mean, for chess events, if you're not in the 2700s and getting prestigious invites, that's life-changing money for many of the participants. And Amin Tabatabaei, he was eliminated here. He has $5,000 to his name. So I'm, very happy to see that, because if we just dial back the clock, even a decade, that was not possible when players like myself were thinking, do you want to play chess professionally? Do you want to do something else? So it's really great to see that, it's not just chess.com. There are many great organizers out there on all the platforms as well. So, it's just real shout out and just giving an opportunity to players like yourself, Jeffrey, and many others to have a sizable payday. But right now we see that Grischuk, he takes a sip of, I'm guessing tea. He gets to play Jan Nepomniachtchi, and we have an Italian. I'm disappointed. I wanted a Najdorf.
Yeah, the thing is, I myself, I play a lot against E4, but when I'm deciding, do I want to go Najdorf? Too risky. Caracan, too passive. French, okay, that would just be insane. And then you're like, guess has to be E5 then.
Well, first of all, I'm glad you share the sentiment about the French defense with me, because that C8 bishop, it deserves to look out into the position.
So let's see if are they following the same exact game?
Bishop E6?
Yep.
Yeah, same exact, and then rook B. Okay, I don't even need to say anything. This is the same exact position. Anish went B5 in the game.
Yeah, I think queen d7 or d5 right away is the most common way. So now queen c2 like in that other game, and we'll see what exactly does Grischuk have in mind. Wait, so he's repeating it though.
Yeah, it's a transposition. So d5. Wait, this is
slightly.
He played bishop b6 first, I want to say.
Yeah, there's a slight improvement, I think. The question is whether or not Nepo can go knight b3 again, though.
So let's actually analyze that, because it was an opening that we saw already, and it's a tactical idea that you mentioned, was that after knight to b3, pawn to takes a4. Now the queen attacks the a4 square. So after rook takes a4, is there this move knight to d4? That's the big question, because if you take with a pawn, well, then surely it's good. I win your rook. But after knight takes d4, Jeffrey, what's happening here?
So I think you throw in d4 first so that the e4 pawn is hanging, like d4, d4, knight d4, knight b4, e d4. And is this simplifying in black's favor?
Okay, I see what you're saying, that after pawn takes, even knight takes e4 here, and I don't know, I don't think you could take c7. It looks like your king side is loose, and also your rook is hanging, so definitely don't take that pawn. And yeah, black is doing a-okay.
Yeah, I love to see that Grischuk, he takes these matches very seriously. No doubt he was following the game against Anish where he pulled it up, and he made his improvement.
And it goes to show how small moves make a huge difference in chess, because Anish started with bishop b6, but that allowed knight b3 and then a5. And look at this, Nepo goes for it, but Grischuk, he is clearly prepared. He studied this in the break, and if he plays d, e4, and knight to d4, I guess he can do it in either order, he claims. No problems.
Yeah, this is impressive. And I would be very annoyed or frustrated as Nepo that, I mean, obviously this line worked out great in game one, but it's evident Grischuk, he's checked it with a very strong engine, and now he's basically playing against Grischuk's engine.
And if playing against Grischuk, we're not scary enough. Whatever Sasha's running there, I don't want any part of that. So c takes d4 is bad. You could take with this knight on d4, but all that changes, I believe, is the swaps that happen in the center, because after, just to show everybody that the queen takes a4 would allow knight takes e6, and I don't really want that. So after pawn d4, knight d4, now we get this situation where I think that's even worse for white, because this bishop is not very happy against this knight.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering if maybe this was Anish's prep too, because now that I'm looking at it, queen e8, it's a very good line. If you stop knight b3, then all of these ideas that we saw in the game that Nepo had against Anish don't exist. So that move could potentially solve all of black's problems, and I wonder if Anish intended the same.
And I wonder if Anish had found the right continuation and didn't misplay what you presume is preparation, that if he would have deviated from this opening. So in fact, Anish's blunder is Grischuk's fortune.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this position, and it's hard for white to really find an idea to prevent that simplification, because once the position simplifies, it feels like the problems are over for black.
Yeah, none exist. So Jan doesn't really have too many choices. He kind of has to take this pawn. He just has to choose which piece to take with.
Yeah, I'd probably still take with the pawn, leave that bishop, that dark square bishop on the board, and hope that maybe black's weakness on a6 is a bigger one than on d4, let's say.
Yeah, and actually you can play around that bishop. So for example, after this pawn takes, eventually once we lose our pawn e4, we'll put a bishop on e3, maybe even try to jump our knight to e5. So there's some opportunities for white from here on out, and the position is level. That doesn't mean it's just a draw. So we'll see how this game continues, because Jan Nepomniachtchi, in one of the most surprising things I think I've ever said on air, is down over 3 minutes to Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, I think he's no doubt trying to make e5 work, like e5 dc. He's trying to make this line work, but I couldn't make it work myself. And in the end, he goes for the more conservative approach.
And I mean, bishop e3, this is sort of what I was mentioning at this point, is just protecting d4, leaving this bishop here. Rook can come to a1, but black has enough defensive resources covering a6 and also c7 next. The bishop will probably slide up to b6. Yeah, this is nothing, right? This is one of those positions, if they're playing over the board, they might even already agree on a draw.
Yeah, I like bishop e3 because you did threaten d5 now that f2 wasn't hanging. So I like that a little bit more. At least maybe black had some things to worry about still. But he opts for bishop f4, which is also interesting.
And bishop b6 is kind of my automatic thought, but it does cut the rook off from a6. So maybe this rook will slide on over to a1. And white does have a little bit of pressure against black's pawns. It just, white's pawns are also split. And
wait, I was calculating a really weird line.
Go for it.
After bishop b6, I'm trying d5. And my idea is after bishop f2, king h2.
Okay, so we have the eval to see that your point is that through bishop to e1, there's pawn takes e6, and now 2 minor pieces are under attack.
Yes, but I think I missed that he can maybe just go rook e7 because I can't. My queen is so tied. Everything's tied up.
Right, and even if your rook weren't hanging after queen takes f2, now your bishop is hanging on f4. So that calm move, rook e7, gives black the decisive advantage. So it looks like d5 will not be played anytime soon after bishop to b6. And is Grischuk thinking about something else here? Is he maybe thinking of moving this knight away and opening up the e-file, or what else comes to mind besides bishop e6?
Yeah, a move that I would want to play is knight. Oh, wait a second. Maybe I can play it knight g5 because I want to recapture on e6 with the knight.
So you don't want to take on f3.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, there's also knight f3. I didn't even realize that.
No, but I think your version was better because now after queen e6, wow, queen e4, he's forcing the queens off. a6 is loose, c7 is loose, and maybe white is a little better now.
Yeah, that is interesting. So basically, yeah, if you take on e4 and d4, there could be b5 even.
Oh, that looks very scary.
So yeah, if you go bishop b6 instead of taking on d4, yeah, that endgame it looks decent for white.
Looks great. I can just methodically bring my king up. At some point, I can even try to attack this pawn, but black can hardly move. This bishop is doing a great job defending both pawns, but it's completely stuck, and there are no open files for this rook on a8.
Yeah, so Sasha might have fallen victim to this kind of knee-jerk reaction where you see knight f3, it shatters the pawn structure. Looks like that has to be the right move, but in fact, queen e4, very well timed, just forces the queen trade, and the fact that white's king is open doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, really instructive moment there, because you also said knight takes e6, and then maybe it was because you at first didn't realize knight takes f3 was like an intermezzo, but either way, the knight on e6 was a central defender, and now this rook is hanging on a8. This pawn is hanging on c7. The pawn on a6 is loose. b5 at any moment is a big threat because of a pin down the a file. So making a move right now for black is not easy, but thankfully for Grischuk, he's up on time, even though he's already been several minutes in think tank.
Yeah, ideally, I don't want to take on e4. I'm trying to make some kind of rook move work where, I give you a6, I take on d4. Let me try, can I try rook d8 here?
Okay, so as you're saying that after queen e6 and rook takes a6, you give up d4. Is there a b5 push? That's the one thing that I'm constantly afraid of, is can I just play b5? I know you're going to get the d4 pawn, but I'm going to get an outside pass pawn.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if that pawn reaches a6, and I mean, in a practical game, just looks really hard to hold.
Yeah, this is an annoying moment more than anything for Grischuk. I feel like there are several moves that maintain approximate equality, but he's going to be on the worst side defending whatever endgame the engine says is 0.4 or something like that better for white. That with best play, it should be a draw, but good luck finding all the best moves when now you're down to just over 5 minutes.
Yeah, it really goes to show how good is Nepo. You get him in your line, you blitz it out, 4-minute advantage. But here we are.
Second time we've seen this today where Abdusattorov was playing against Matlakov, right? And he didn't know the opening. And yet after that, he was able to find some tactical sequences that worked out in his favor. And at this moment, Jeffrey, do you think you would take on e4, considering what we've just talked about? Or would you maybe rook b8? Your idea actually might be good. That stops b5, and then d4 is loose.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I do like this move rook b8. Although, can he take on c7?
Yeah. That's annoying.
Yeah, you might have to kind of swallow the pill and just play this passive endgame with taking and bishop b6.
That's, yeah. I don't need any medication, and that sounds like, the worst flavor of it. I just can't envision a line where I undouble and unisolate. Is that a word as well? But we're getting rid of our double isolated pawns, having a beautiful pawn center on the prowl for these pawns on the queenside and say that, yeah, it's going to be okay after all that. I'll pat you on the back, say, Sasha, it's all right. You got this.
Yeah, it is a tough decision. And yeah, right now, I mean, Sasha, he's probably confused as to how could it be that he plays knight takes f3 and all of a sudden there are issues? Is it a move ago he had no problems at all, and then suddenly it's hard to get into an end game that seems like easy to play.
Yeah, Jan says I have issues, but you've got them too. And right now, Grischuk trying to figure this one out. He is really dipping down to the reserves on the clock here. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining for him, and Jan has nearly 6.
Yeah, so in the end, yeah, he didn't see any better than this. And now, yeah, I don't think Jan needs to hurry with b5. Maybe start with d5. But although, yeah, I would start with d5 here. Oh, even king g2.
I was wondering if you could play a move like rook e8, because now they're two.
Okay. Right, he did allow that.
Oh, but no, but there's no bishop d4 because I have b5 anyway.
Oh, so you can just protect the pawn, yeah, on e4.
That is so annoying. I just thought I was cleverly defending the position, but anytime this bishop takes d4, it's not just about the pin on the a file; it's that the bishop is loose on d4.
Yeah, the thing about these great players like Nepo is even when they blunder, they're not even blunders. So they have some kind of trick up their sleeve. Feels like.
Yeah, maybe he just had that all worked out. And
so yeah, for Grischuk here, not easy to just probably you just bring your king into the middle and kind of wait.
Yeah, but then what? You bring your king over, king f8. I just play king f3 or whatever. Where's your king going?
Yeah, I'd probably put it on d7.
Okay, and then?
And then I wait.
You're gonna wait forever.
Maybe I go to b7 at least to free my rook.
So that means you're saying that white at some point will play the move b5.
Yeah, most likely. Although b5, it's not the easiest decision to make because you give black this passer then.
That's true. Somehow I forgot that would be a pass pawn. I'm just like, oh, black's pieces can't really move. But you are correct that if I just then decide to move my rook over here, your pawn will keep pushing. So I'm not giving black's position enough credit, I would say. And Grischuk, I mean, he's trying to figure this out precisely, but he's down to under a minute and a half.
Yeah, Grischuk doing very typical Grischuk things. But I mean, you have to start moving here because it's not like white has something concrete going on. So for sure, you're going to need the time later.
And can't white just push all the pawns, push this one to h5, maybe push this one to d5? I actually really like putting the pawn h5 because I cement your kingside pawns.
Yeah, that is a very logical idea. In fact, if you go h4, maybe I go h5 myself to try and fix you on a dark square.
That actually seems... And you have to play h5 first because g6 would drop a pawn. So that's what I think Jan would love, but he understands what you're saying. And now the h4 pawn could be a weakness later in the game.
So yeah, for Jan, it's going to be interesting too, which pawns he'll push, because he can also, to me, the most obvious is to go set up e5, protect f2, and then king e4, f4, f5. This is the most obvious approach. But okay, Grischuk puts an end to that.
Yeah, Grischuk took the Jeffrey Xiong, aka the patient approach here. He's saying you can't make progress. You can play b5, I'll play a5, and then what? So the one downside of playing f6 is that eventually this king, if I could play h5 and then get my king to f5, there could be some...
and king, you highlighted king g4. I think should be the move because c6 is the idea from Sasha. So you want now as white, you kind of have to be somewhat fast. So king g4, c6, king f5, I think could be difficult to deal with.
But after king g4, could you play g6 and h5 and just make sure?
Oh, yes. For some reason, I forgot you could do that. Maybe after g6, can I go like f4 or something? Try and open this avenue.
Probably, right? Because that also threatens e5, not just f5 and things like that. So king g4 looks...
Because otherwise, if black gets in c6, I think at least there might be some relief, although you do have to consider allowing d6.
I found a problem with our considerations here. Let's say king g4, g6, f4. Can I play f5 check? I've been wondering about this. At some point, can I just like play f5 to remove your defender and then play king d6 and go after this pawn?
Oh, you might be able to, yeah.
Like I maybe I'll regret it because your king is very active with a passed pawn, but I was just wondering if I could at some point say enough is enough. I'm tired of sitting passively. Let me get active with my king.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, here king d6 looks, at least the position is kind of, in a way, it feels like black is trending in a better direction than, I mean, he's getting some active ideas.
Right. It's more fun.
Yeah.
It stinks to be in a position where all the ideas that you see are for your opponent.
Yeah. So I forgot about this whole b5 thing. Maybe it makes sense because I'm so worried about c6. Maybe you throw in b5, a5, and then move the king away, prepare this f4, e5.
But to your earlier point, after b5, a5, that rook on a4 is kind of stuck.
Yes, it could be a race, like b5, a5, king e2, bishop c5, f4. Then can you stop my pawns? Because again, like you say, if you get in bishop b4, rook b8, suddenly it's black who might be better. So it could be really sharp, but he does allow c6.
All right. He goes king d3, saying you can take here, give me an isolated pawn, but that's a pass pawn on d5. So no move yet from Sasha, but he doesn't have that much time. He is under now 45 seconds. Jeffrey, the clock, it's a weapon.
Yes, and I'm looking again for your idea to break this pawn chain with f5, trying to kind of simplify. If you take on c6 on f5, then I get king b5. But I'm not sure about this one though. Bishop c7.
Yeah, I kind of want to bring my king up to d4, but I'm not sure about the move order here. Do I take first?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, maybe it's not as dubious as it looked to me. I was thinking maybe you take and yeah, something along the lines of rook a5 or just bringing the king up, because that passed d pawn, if I can activate the rook a5, rook c5, there could be problems.
Yeah, so it goes king c4, and after pawn takes, you have that passed pawn, and it goes to show that in black has been tied down and now under 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's got to make a decision here. If you take on d5, is Nepomniachtchi capturing with the king?
I think we'll take the. Wait, can I take and then go rook to a6?
Yes, you do have this idea, and the king is going to make a beeline to the king side. That looks promising.
That looks winning. I was going to mention this tactic earlier, and also don't blunder. Don't play b5 check first, thinking the pawn is pinned, because after a takes b5, it's check to your king and you lose the rook. But what we're talking about is after rook a6, b5. In this situation, whoop, the king just runs over to f7, and that could end the game.
I think Nepo missed it though, so he went for f3 instead.
And then a5. But that also is not approved of, because what if I take or bishop e1 he plays first?
Yeah, this makes sense. So now he's collecting the a pawn. Wait, but maybe there's rook c8, yeah.
Oh my goodness, he missed rook c5. After he wanted pawn takes a5, I thought it was winning material, but the rook c5 is devastating.
Yeah, no doubt he missed that. And wait, all of a sudden, okay, yeah, he's got this move e5, which helps. And now e6. Okay, he found something.
Yeah, Grischuk didn't have time to calculate. I think that it was a missed opportunity there. First by Xiong, then by Sasha. Now bishop takes b4. Jeffrey, this king is in big trouble.
Yeah, that was a really clutch find. And Grischuk, okay, heavy time pressure down to 3 seconds. King c6, and yeah, after something like bishop d6, it's just black is totally stuck here.
He'll probably play g5 and maybe bishop f4.
Ah, yes, that's your only saving grace.
It's desperate, but it might work out.
So it's very important that Grischuk is covering the a7 square, otherwise it would just be game over. But okay, he didn't see the g5 idea. Throws in this check, and now king b7, rook d8.
But now g5. What? He had to play g5.
Yeah, e7's a threat. Does it work right away or not? I guess there's rook c8 still.
Yes, e7. Okay.
Rook b4 is is nice.
Getting
this rook, getting this rook to the 7th, and there shouldn't be anything Grischuk can do after king d5.
Mm-hmm. And now he plays g5, just like 4 moves too late.
Yeah, too late. Rook e7 check, I think, is the most clinical, and yeah, that's it.
And then just
rook h, yeah.
And that's game over. So Sasha Grischuk has to resign, and time trouble was the culprit. Great preparation by him. You see him grabbing his head there, and Jeffrey, he just did not have the time to calculate. So first of all, there was a big misstep by Jan after bishop b6, right? He could have just taken on c6 and taken on a6. That was a free pawn.
Yes, that probably would have got the job done. Although what happened in the game, also, I'm not sure. After this move e5, what should Grischuk have done here?
I'm going to cheat just because we're going to need to take a break and go to the next game. It seems that rook c1, just getting active, going after this bishop, it was the way to go, because after e6 check, the king can sit on e7, and there's no way for the bishop to stay in touch with his pawn, because after bishop d2, there's rook d1, and if you take on a5, we get rook c5 check again, I guess. It's very complicated in these parts, but it says that black is holding on.
Yeah, that's just not gonna be findable with only 7 seconds or whatever 5 seconds he had in that moment.
Yeah, no, he the clock. It's really what did him in, and he was trying to hold passively. Then all of a sudden, Nepo's king got in, and the end of the game was decisive. So Jeffrey, we know that Jan Nepomniachtchi, the 1 seed, making use of those white pieces, he makes his way to the final. Now it's going to be Hikaru Nakamura taking on Nordibek Abdusattorov. So that's a salivating, mouth-watering. You salivate when it's mouth-watering, but I'm going to work on that one. It is a mouth-watering matchup between those two. Hikaru gets the white pieces. We saw Vidit get an advantage with the black pieces in the quarterfinal matchup. What do you think Nordibek's odds are?
I mean, there's no doubt Hikaru, he's going to be thirsty for revenge from that last, but all I know is, yeah, don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss that matchup.
For sure. This is the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We'll be right back for the second semifinal.
Oh, he found it. Queen G1,
Queen G1.
G2, and the king is wide open.
Here it goes. Rook. Can the rook follow the queen? Rook
yes,
C1?
it can, but you get a draw at best.
But maybe the knight is just not that good of a
Queen D1.
Queen D1. Queen D1's an excellent. Okay, he's repeating.
Knight back to D5. Knight H4 though.
Oh,
knight creates mate threats. Knight F6 check. Knight F6.
Oh, knight F6. He found it. Queen A7. Rook D8.
No way.
Oh my gosh! Out of absolutely nowhere. The second semifinals about to begin for that matchup with Jan Nepomniachtchi, but we have Hikaru Nakamura taking on Nordibek Abdusattorov. Jeffrey, Nordibek, that's the world rapid champion. He won that title. It surprised many, but he is a wonderkind. You root for the younger generation, you've said, but it's also playing against Hikaru Nakamura. You probably I played against him so many times and always enjoyed the challenge. So who you got here?
Yeah, first of all, Nordibek, he's so young and he's just fearless. So he's not afraid of anyone. You saw against Magnus, he's just not intimidated. So that's number one. And the thing is, I'm a big believer in like this kind of revenge concept where if somebody beats you, you're so much more motivated to get them back. And I think Hikaru, he's the best when it comes to this sort of stuff. So I would be surprised if Nordibek can get him twice in a row.
Okay, well, we see Hikaru going back to his B3 setups here. Will Nordibek take one out of Vidit Gujrathi's book? The answer as of move one was no, because in that game, if we can recall, the pawn went to F6. Here we just see normal development from Black.
Yeah, I expect a pretty dry game here. Hikaru likes to play, I think, D4 and then recapture with the knight. So we get this kind of semi-Maroxy positions, just ultra solid for both sides.
And White, I was about to say, can take, that's a mouse slip, right?
Usually they go C4, but the thing is, I've looked at similar positions. Like if you go C4, D5, Black opens up the position for the two bishops, and it's actually gets him a pretty comfortable game. So
right.
The C3 by Hikaru, he wants to lock this up completely and try and stifle Black's bishop pair.
Yeah, the bishop on D6 is going to have a hard time. It's kind of like, and I don't want to say this too loudly, but sometimes like the Scandinavian, where you give up the bishop pair as Black, but then you put your pawns on light squares, so White's quote unquote extra piece isn't able to operate. So this bishop on D6, that's the piece that Hikaru is trying to work against. But what if I just take on D4 right now?
Wait. I think I need to put on my glasses. What is the eval bar saying? Is that 1.8?
Minus 1.8.
Wow, I could never have imagined that. So you think it was something along the lines of CD4?
You have a problem. You can't take with the E-pawn, there's a check.
Okay, and if I take with the knight?
And I guess just trade?
But this doesn't look like 1.8.
I think the problem is if you take with E-pawn, right, your king loses right to castle. That's not great. If you take with the C-pawn, I can just give you a check, like bishop F5, rook C8 and all that. But you're right, that giving yourself the isolated pawn, it generally speaking is not advisable.
Yeah, but in any case, Nordibek, he didn't sense that moment either. So just playing very reasonable developing moves.
And still maintains a slight edge according to the eval bar. But you're right, that moment is very difficult to make because you have the isolated pawn now, but now there's also a semi-open C file, whereas in the other variations, the pawn on D4, and you're just stuck with the worst structure. So I think Hikaru playing A4, just making Nordibek think about B4, although I wouldn't be too concerned about that move.
Yeah, maybe also Hikaru's intending to maneuver the knight via A3, C2. And try and, because if you put knight on D2, it kind of gets stuck there. So knight on C2 looks a little bit better, just optically.
True. That pawn on D5 is isolated, but it's also a very strong pawn. And now the question becomes, Jeffrey, where does Black move his pieces? Because even for like Queen E7, Rook D8, things like that, what next?
Yeah, I'm also wondering, do you start with move like A6? Because I do want to, just in case that B4 is on the table, maybe I have a square to retreat to, but it seems like, yeah, you can just play normal connect the rooks and see what happens.
But that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like I get the rooks get connected, all that good stuff. Then what? You know what might be the answer to that question? Bishop F8, Bishop G7, like pawn F5 at some point. I know I'm asking for a lot there, but maybe?
You definitely can achieve that if you want. It's not like White can do something about it. But on the other hand, White is, okay, probably, I'm expecting B4, knight B3. This is what maybe Hikaru has in mind when he puts the knight on D2. And it's still very rock solid for white.
And he did go knight d2 after playing a4. I guess he just didn't like the look of bishop a3 if that pawn were sitting on a2, because then there would be threats of bishop to b2. So I understand his approach. Bishop h3 looks like a pretty natural response by Nordebek. And what's white's plan? So I was asking what black's plan is. I also don't really know. Let's say you play b4 and the bishop hops back. At some point, this c3 pawn could be loose.
Yeah, no doubt Hikaru's trying to evaluate whether to go b4 or just kind of play slowly with queen e2, rook d1, and so on.
And he plays queen e2. And for black, we could play just a rook to d8. We could also play rook c7, rook c8, just anticipating that this c3 pawn is a long-term target.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure if this trade of the light square bishops benefits Nordebek, because it is an automatic idea whenever you see a fianchetto, but two things. One is often when one side is a bishop pair, you want to keep both bishops. And number two, that d5 pawn, I'm worried, could be a target. I like my bishop on e6, so that I would never have to worry about it. But in this scenario, you could see that d5 pawn being a slight issue down the road.
Yeah, big point made by you that when you have the bishop pair, it's not just having one bishop against one knight, because let's say, and these light square bishops were traded, but I was saying, let's say only the light square bishop existed for black, and the knight went on d4. You could never deal with that knight on d4. You couldn't capture it. So here, there are no light squares that white has under his control that are super threatening, but the bishop on c5 also has no great scope, which is why he wants to reroute it.
Yeah, it makes very logical sense here. Shuffle this bishop. Does white have some, I think b4 makes the most sense here now. Just b4, knight b3, and then maybe double rooks on the d file.
Right, because you can put your rook on d3 also to cover that pawn there. But if you just, my bishop comes back, my bishop's going to go to g7, I'll move my knight out the way. Are you not at all worried about that c3 pawn?
I am worried, but I think I'm counting on my own ideas. So you're pressuring c3, I'm pressuring on d5. If you put bishop on g7, maybe you have to worry about knight c5. So my feeling tells me that actually white's going to get the better end of the pressure.
Okay, I can buy that for sure. And it's a common idea, right, to play b4, maybe even a5 with the knight on b3 and just sort of clamp down on the queen side. And it's important that this pawn's on a7, not on a6. I know in a different position you had suggested move a6, but if that pawn goes to a6, that clamp is going to be terrible for black to deal with.
Yeah, so Hikaru drops the knight back, wants to relook to d3. I get the sense that he wants to really just keep a solid structure here. I think he's remembers the other game that Nordebek beat him, that the game kind of exploded. So he wants none of that.
And if that's the case, he does put a knight on e1 for now. He can just play calm chess, just defend this pawn, put a knight on f3, slowly try to build up in this position. And he's going for all of this.
Yeah, so we're going to see very slow maneuvering, both sides, not really a clear plan. Okay, knight a5 is an interesting one.
That's annoying. B4.
Wait, so this is a double attack, I just realized. Both c3 and b3 hanging.
I forgot about c3. I was only looking at b3, and he plays queen c6, increasing the pressure. So knight d4, but after knight d4, Jeffrey, just queen to b6, slide over.
Yeah, queen b6, then the other knight to f3. So Karu's still keeping it all together. But yeah, no idea how this will proceed. Knight c4, not really a huge deal.
Although knight d6 to e4 might be a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah, so wait, actually I was wondering about a c4 break for white, but yeah, it's not anything too concerning for black. That's more of a break that kind of just equalizes the game.
Right. It looks good for white because black has the double pawns, but that means there's still a 4-on-4 because you don't have the e-pawn going anywhere. And c4 is definitely something that white should and will consider. And for black, I mean, you can just make moves like h5, kind of waiting moves, rook to d7. I don't like rook c7 just in case some knight b5 is annoying, but yeah, you both are shuffling.
Indeed, yeah. I'm wondering how long will Hikaru wait, because he's basically ready for c4, but as mentioned, it's not really leading to anything that great for white. But how long can you really wait? I mean, both sides, a6, h5, h4. I mean, not much to suggest for both sides.
It's a waiting game. And I'm going to put c4 on the board just to see what that looks like. Let's say you play c4 and we get this trade of pieces, something like this. It looks very pleasant for white, but it's hard to target anything in particular. So.
Oh, but a5 played, so looks like Hikaru has something else in mind.
Well, that means maybe knight c5 was a mistake, because I do not like allowing these pawn pushes.
Yes, you were. Yeah, you were mentioning this idea of expanding on the queen side, and now this might change the situation a bit. Although after b4, I imagine the knight will just head back to e4.
That's right. So he plays your move c4 because now there's a pin down the c file.
Yeah, very, very alert by Hikaru. And this does white have an idea here?
So cd5 looks wrong. I just trade rooks and take on d5, and maybe it's white's king that's in some trouble. So c5, you just take it.
Yeah, I was looking at knight b5 just to see what that does. Because my idea is that, let's say you play a move like queen b8, maybe if I get c5, this is what I want.
Can you change the move order? Like if you play c5.
Yeah, rook c5.
Takes.
Take.
Knight b5.
Oh, and this is good?
No, it's not, but I had to ask the question.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I mean, there could be some ideas connected with this, but it's very tricky. Not used to make it work. Yeah, queen b5, I noticed this too.
So I had the right idea of wrong execution.
Yeah, but even this, so like I go b6 and you just go or taking b4.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick that knight out, get my rook into the game. Ugh.
Yeah, it's quite deep to understand how this all works. So back to my original idea, if I go knight b5, the issue is queen a6, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then here, yeah, I was thinking take on d5, but looks like tactics don't really work for me there. He does go for knight b5 though.
And queen b4 was Nordebek's choice. He just wants this a5 pawn. If knight takes a7, this rook can go to a8. It can also just go up to c5 and.
Yes, goes rook a8. But yeah, this transformation seemed good for black. I like having this queen on b4 implanted on this blockade. b3 always hanging, and the queen cannot really be touched. Yeah,
it's a really nice little kind of outpost over here. And do watch out for knight c7. That's something you do not want to allow. Even if it didn't win a pawn, that knight getting d5 is going to be a bit bothersome.
Yeah, so, okay, he tries to take on c4, offering more complication, although I guess it's forcing bc.
And now just take that pawn? Can't see why not.
You can take in either way, I guess.
Oh, I actually kind of like that because he doesn't allow the knight to get to d5.
Yes, actually, maybe a very precise way. So, yeah, or doesn't see any better than to drop back. And we could see the simplifying if black allows white to go c5, c6. I imagine that he will. But would you take black here?
I see the eval bars saying like minus 0.1. And so I think I'm biased because of that. But
yeah,
so it's like hard for me not to say yes.
It's probably knight d6 here. Maybe the knights on d4 and f3, they step on each other's toes just a bit. And I think, maybe after knight d6, black has slightly easier game.
Yeah, the superfluous knights over here. But the thing is, you can't dislodge them. The only way to kick this knight on f3 is to play g5, g4. You're never going to do that with the f5 pawn where it is. So it feels like they'll be kind of moving back and forth, trying to figure out how to attack c4, attack b6. But where is the actual breakthrough going to come from?
Right, exactly. Both sides, at least for white, I don't see any active ideas. Maybe black can try to double on the c file, exert a bit more pressure on the c4 pawn, but feels like this will peter out into a draw pretty soon.
Yeah, like knight c5, the rook just goes back. Here's knight d6, your idea. Putting pressure there, no rook b2, he just hangs a pawn.
Yeah, just watch out for some rook a2. I guess here it's not a big deal, but that is make sure that you don't trap your queen somehow.
Yeah, thankfully there's a c5 square there. Wait, does that mean if we just go back a move, if after c5?
Yeah, I was looking for this. Yeah.
If you took with the rook, you lose your queen.
Yes.
See, I don't know if I'm rubbing off on you, or you just naturally are the type of player who just looks for those tactics. But either way, I'm sorry.
No, because the thing is, imagine if it was black's move there, and it's very natural to go rook c7 to double rooks. That might be a big blunder.
Oh yeah. So,
but yeah. Anyway,
it's neither here nor there. As they say, knight b5, queen a4. I like the precision though from Nordebek. It's just like, even when it seems like maybe Hikaru can make a slight advantage if he had taken on b5 right away, and then here, at some point this pawn can be on b5, rook takes b5, go after b6. Like, we could see Hikaru playing for more than just the split point, but queen a4, very precise.
Yeah, I like queen a4 a lot, and now white I think has to be a bit careful here.
Oh, because after knight d6, queen b3, knight c8, rook c8, the threat is going to be pawn to b5.
Right, potentially. And white's pieces are tied down there. So yeah, Hikaru, I think he senses the danger too. Although, okay, Nordebek, he didn't take on b3 there.
No, and rook back to b1. It was under attack.
Okay, but now rook a2, at least I would just play it.
Yeah, then we just trade off pieces, and white is slightly better here.
But not really, I don't think, because as long as bishop on f6 is not going to allow white's knight to go on any kind of adventure.
No, it's we talk about pawn 3 squares away from a knight dominated. A bishop's even better, because where does that knight hope to go? The answer is nowhere from where it currently sits, and yeah, this is just completely.
He is trying here. Put the knight on h3. At least now it'll get to f4.
That's true. Knight f4. He's probably like rook d6 just to not allow knight e6 check.
Yeah, rook d6 really cements it, and there shouldn't be anything white can do.
Okay, king g8, stopping knight e6, and he's just making sure he doesn't fall for any little blunder. Bishop back. So with increment, it's funny to see these two play on, because if this were, yesterday, you could try to flag somebody, whatever, but they're getting 2 seconds every move.
Yeah, so bishop c3, Nordebek maybe. Okay, nah, I thought maybe he wants to put bishop on e1, but yeah, there's no need.
It's hard to say too much about this, because they're just moving around, hoping their opponent blunders. Bishop can sit on e5. There's no knight discovery that is particularly good, and now offering a rook trade.
Hikaru's he's gonna make him earn this draw.
Maybe it's Nordebek who's making Hikaru earn it. He's like, I'm the world's rapid champion. You need to split this point with me. How many more moves until 50 move rule kicks in? Oh, let's see. This is move 45 is last pawn move, or move 62. So we got a ways to go, Jeffrey. You want to talk about the ongoing Celtics Bucks game?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like actually bishop c5 would dominate the knight and basically end the game instantly. But yeah, this as well force the trades, and there we go.
And that is the game. It's a draw, which means that Nordebek gets the white pieces in a 3-minute plus 2-second increment game. So we get blitz chess, Nordebek with white. And Nordebek, he's a monster in even the quickest of time controls, right? He's played in many Title Tuesdays. He's not afraid. I think that's the thing you said that stands out to me, is that a lot of players are psychologically afraid of Hikaru, of Magnus. Nordebek is afraid of nobody.
Absolutely correct. Yeah. And Yeah, I should mention, I mean, that game, no issues at all for Nordebek. If anyone had chances at some point, it was maybe him in the early going. But nonetheless, really solid draw with Hikaru, and excited to see what happens in this Blitz game.
And even though Nordebek does not fear, we're being told that, thanks, Spenny, that Hikaru's Blitz record against Nordebek is 85 wins and only 12 losses with 14 draws. So he dominates this head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, seems like 7-to-1 ratio. That's pretty good. But let's see, this is now at the highest of stakes. So Nordebek going for his normal English.
Mm-hmm. And these double pawns, some people hate them. I love them. The semi-open F file is very appealing. And it also opens up this diagonal because the pawn is no longer in F2.
Yeah, although I like that Hikaru has put this down G6. So these dangerous ideas of knight H4, F5 no longer really exist because black will just trade it off. So looks pretty, okay, so D4, that's a big concession from white.
Mm-hmm. Probably bishop D3. I don't think you want to worry about your E4 pawn.
Yes.
The question I always struggle with here, and I'm going to toss this over to you because, well, you're Jeffrey Xiong. What more needs to be said is white has double pawns, but has more space. How do you make use of the space?
Yeah, so I think the newer engines have kind of backed up this approach to double that file, like exactly how Nordebek is doing. Because I seem to remember that in the old days, it was considered like dubious to play with the double E pawns and then push D4. But nowadays, engine suggests the exact same thing. So all of these things that were maybe considered harmless, I like white here. I think it's harder for black to come up with plans.
And I think Hikaru agrees with you based on his time usage. Still plenty of time left for him, but he's down half a minute on the clock. Nordebek as much time as he started with. And look what he just did. He took on C6, the D pawn, isolates his double pawn. So what does he want? Outside pass pawn potential and this D5 square.
Yeah, very concrete. And I'm wondering, the moment Hikaru returns with the knight, like knight F6, does he just want to sack in exchange there?
Probably, because then you can follow it up with a huge initiative on the side of the board. And Hikaru has queen A7, defending A5 and attacking this pawn on E3. Is it time for a rook lift?
Yeah, I think so. Still a lot of tension here with B5, C6. Neither side really wants to clarify that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, meanwhile, this is going to be another really tricky position to play for both sides.
One of the things about this position we talk about, and he does what I was about to ask, is we're talking about the open F file, but the bishop defends, and there's no longer a pawn to push to D5. Now Nordebek is shifting his focus over to the queen side. I would even think about rook to the B file because that opens up the door for B takes C6.
Yeah, exactly right. I think he's eyeing up this A5 pawn potentially. It could become hanging in some moment. 95
time, right?
Oh, that would be an enormous find if he can, because that does look really unpleasant. The rooks start coming in on the C file.
And you also can take with the E pawn. The point is the bishop has trapped everybody. I was helped. I saw the eval bar go crazy. And then I was like, there's a tactic here. Nordebek doesn't have that alert, right? He doesn't have an alarm ringing, telling him that he has an idea. So as soon as the eval bar went up, I recognized that knight D5 is possible. And after pawn takes, you can even take with the E pawn, opening up your bishop, taking on E6, and white is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, so the question for me is whether or not Nordebek will eventually kind of, go after this A pawn, because as of now, black, he has one issue, which is this knight on G6 is out of the game. He needs to quickly maneuver it back onto the queen side, but it's not easy. He's going to try, though.
But he gives up A5 to win E3, and Nordebek wraps his knight around. But I think taking on A5, giving yourself the outside pass pawn was the way to go.
But hard to argue with what he's done, right? Because knight B3 looks good. Maybe if queen B6, is there C5 or something? But so that's why queen A7.
But still C5?
So C5, then can I take on B3?
I was going to play B6 after that.
Okay. Yeah. Really sharp. Okay, he goes for it in this order.
Oh, and somehow this was a big mistake. You know what it is?
Wow.
Jeffrey, queen trap.
Oh my God, no, come on. Oh man.
We were just talking about the queen trap before, and he doesn't play it. He's okay. This still looks
this
great
is
for
more
white.
logical. Yeah, this is very logical. But wow, queen b1.
Queen b1, because if you take on c5, this move rook b7 traps the queen in its place. And if you move your queen away somewhere like queen e7, in comes this rook, then the bishop follows suit, then this rook can come back to f2 and it's devastating.
Still, though, I like the prospects in Nerdup's position. Once you plant the bishop on d5, both rooks plan to come in. Still, queen on e1 can switch to the king side, targeting a5. Looks really nice still.
Oh, yeah. No, you can hardly fold them. Again, the eval bar is such a help in a blitz game if you're just competing on the... Oh, bishop f7.
Maybe, yeah. I was looking at the same thing. Maybe rook b5 first, double threat.
Ooh, triple threat.
Triple threat, yes. Although it allows rook c8, and that pin might be annoying, like even if I win a5. So still not simple.
So bishop f7, queen takes f7. The rook is loose on b3. That's the problem. You win a rook, lose a rook, and you lost a bishop. So it's queen f1. Don't play rook c8 now, or can you get away with it?
I thought you could, although...
Oh, you know what his plan was? This. Yeah, that was his plan. Rook c8. He was just like,
oh, wow.
Goodness. Nordberg with all the tactics here.
That is really cool. I love that queen f1 feels so geometrical.
Yeah.
Move.
It's a perfect move. And now what does Black even do? Down under 50 seconds. Nordberg keeping a lead on the clock and keeping the pressure on. He controls is very important. File. Bishop d5 followed by rook b7 would be devastating.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, I think Hikaru has to find a way to get this knight to f6. He does. He will have to give up a pawn, but that's not. I don't think that's the end, is it?
He's not.
Or is it? Wait. Oh wait. Okay, I guess maybe queen d8 and king h8.
Okay, but you raise a really good point. Now rook takes f7.
Okay, but yeah. So the thing is, though, it's still very solid. Like trading all the rooks at the cost of f7, it's not so bad for Black.
Although you're going to lose a5 because if you take with the knight on f8, there's queen f7 with queen g8 checkmate. Oh, but there was a mistake.
Okay, so maybe I take on f7, knight f6, because that knight on f6 is doing a great job of holding it all. Oh, but he gives up e5.
And that's a very important pawn because now we have passers.
Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't take on f7. I think he could have gotten away with that. And now he needs to somehow block on e5. That's the only hope.
And one more move, knight e5. So can whites, well, I guess the problem is even if you're knight to e5, your light squares are such a problem, like queen f5 after that. And there are all these checks.
Wait. But like maybe I go queen e5 check. Hold on. Is this endgame that clear?
King. How many moves does that take?
Well, no, you'll get that. So my question was like king on d4, king on d6.
Well,
can you put me? Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're asking if I could put you in Zugzwang, right?
Yes. Probably you can, though.
Yeah, knights are just clumsy compared to bishops.
But now Hikaru is allowing e5, which, okay, maybe you don't have to really do it as white. Yeah, you can just march the king.
What a game by Abdusattorov. I mean, he just clamped down this whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not intimidated whatsoever. Doesn't matter who he's up against. I mean, it just showed this game played so confidently.
Wait, is there knight takes a4 if I go king b5?
Yes. Yeah, maybe.
Yes, you blundered.
Well, wait, but they're
still winning.
E5, e6. Yeah, maybe you were lucky.
Well, I do feel lucky, punk.
Oh, but he finds it.
Knight a4, e5, e6. So, whew. Oh gosh.
Yeah, so that forced knight 3, but now it's just gonna win the a5 pawn, and I don't believe that you can hold this.
No, because you can't even win g2. There's e5 check. So.
Great point. Yeah. King e5, I guess, but this a pawn is way too fast.
And there it goes.
What a display.
I mean, unbelievable. He is so strong.
Yeah, that You mentioned that 85-12 record or whatever it was. Nah, who cares?
He literally does not care. Nordibek Abdusattorov, he makes his way through to the final. He'll face Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Jeffrey, there were so many sparkling moments in this game. But I think at this moment here, when the rook takes f7, rook at king h8, that I think the problem for black was if you took on f8 immediately after queen takes, I think queen b5. Although there's queen d8 here, so it's not the end of the story. I thought that this would be lights out, but I'm probably winning one of these pawns. But in the game, he misses one last chance to Hikaru after rook takes f7. So you were saying.
Yeah, because if you hold that e5 pawn, I think Hikaru would have actually had decent drawing chances here. That knight on f6 does a great job attacking and defending. And yeah, I would have probably guessed that this would end in a draw had he found this.
A big missed opportunity that Nordibek allowed, and probably both of them thought at this point white should be closing in on a huge advantage. But either way, it's Nordibek and Abdusattorov who wins in the end. That pass pawn could not be contained, and that means he gets to play Jan Nepomniachtchi for this week's title. Before we go to break, Jeffrey, who you got? Jan with the white pieces, Nordibek?
Yeah, as I said near the start of the show, I will always cheer for the young guns, but the white pieces, I think, as Nepo has shown, proves to be huge, and he'll do. He'll make use of this for sure.
Okay, well, only time will tell. It's time for us to take a quick breather. But when we get back, it's the final of today's KO here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase.
It took him to fix with the draw when you have oh my goodness, it happened right here on national television. Did you see that? Oh my goodness, wonderful. I'm hurt. Oh man, oh my goodness, bro. I'm like, I hate chess. Wait a second. Oh, he found, yeah. Oh my goodness.
Blue check marks. Everybody loves blue check marks. Chess.com is excited to launch its own blue check mark today with our verified members program. And for the first time, for any online platform anywhere, there will be a transparent and clear process to how you become verified and get that blue check mark. Any Chess.com member can become verified by having their account linked to a real identity with a unique payment form and SMS held privately in their profile. Most importantly, applicants must pass a comprehensive fair play screening in order to get verified. All right, but besides the blue check mark, why should you become verified? First and foremost, all verified players are eligible to play in the Chess.com Global Championship. With $1 million in prizes, including regular cash prizes for non-titled members, this massive and historic event has but one cost of entry: your $15 verification fee in order to become verified. Additionally, other verified benefits will include access to regular verified-only events, listing on verified-only leaderboards, priority pairings against other verified-only members, and more. To learn more about how to become verified, if you're watching this during one of our live shows, use the command verified in chat, or if you're watching it anywhere else, go to chess.com/verified today and go get that beautiful butterfly. Blue check mark. What is going on here? Hey, Elon. Yeah, no, you saw the news. I know you like buying companies with blue check marks, but we're not for sale. Dude, do you even know how to move the pieces? All right. We're going to get back to this later. I got to record a video. Thanks, buddy. Elon.
The Chess.com Global Championship did actually start today. It kicked off with the first qualifying events. That is going to be an awesome finale when we get to that. But we have a final in front of us, Jeffrey. We have Jan Nepomniachtchi, Nordibek Abdusattorov. We know that throughout the day, Jan with the white pieces, he has been unstoppable, though he played the same variation twice in a row and didn't come back to haunt him against Grischuk. But what do you think? Is he going to change his opening this time around?
Yeah, I am super curious. We could see that exact same line for a third time, because I know that Nordibek himself is an E4, E5 player. So no doubt, though, Jan, he's had time to look at that. Probably if Nordibek goes for the exact same line, he's going to improve on the Grischuk game. But let's find out.
And you've stated that we might get a Najdorf. No, okay. We get an accelerated dragon. But you mentioned that payback is a motivator. We have to recall that in order to win the World Rapid Championship, Nordibek beat Jan Nepomniachtchi head-to-head.
That's right. I don't know how much that will be in Nepo's mind, but it could. And so this early Queen B6, I think I want to say it's a Uzbek idea, because I saw another Uzbek player use this against Dominguez in the World Cup. I believe, I'm not remembering his name right off, but he did actually knock out Dominguez in the World Cup.
This is the problem when there are all these talented players from the same country. Was it Sindarov? Was it Vokitov? You pick one. I don't remember who it was on the top of my head, but this line, Queen B6, just displacing the knight from D4. And after Queen A5 check, this pawn on B2 is hanging. So you could bring a knight to C3, right? Knight back to C3, for example, or knight 1 to C3, or play bishop to D2. But now Jan is the one thinking. I can't believe I'm saying this so many times today.
Well, it has been working out for him so far. So he doesn't mind spending a little bit of time trying to figure out what exactly is going on here, but ultimately decides to drop that knight back from B5. And we're going to see a pretty standard Maroczy, I think. Although knights on C3 and D2, not too typical for a Maroczy.
That's right. And the Maroczy bind is right here. We see white with that great control of the D5 square, also good control of B5. But that means that black can't break open the position with this push, which means that you're going to have restricted pieces and limited space. So, Jeffrey, at this point, the eval bar says white is better. It typically does in positions like this, where more space, better control. But what do you make of Nordibek's setup and the fact that he's doing so very quickly?
Yeah, the setup it's very standard. So over by Nordberg, usually they go knight d7 next in these types of positions. And as we've seen, at least based on Hikaru, I think he's really trying to, speed it up a bit. That worked really well, and probably getting some of that extra confidence from beating Hikaru allows you to play faster as well.
For sure. And he plays rook F to C8, a move I was going to suggest is a standard idea. And you usually want to move your rooks towards the center. And here he moves away because look at the action. It's taking place on the queen side. So the rook on A8, maybe will go to B8 at some point, but it's needed to protect Black's setup on the queen side. So knight D7 now, your idea, maybe we'll see H5, king H7, queen H8. That happens sometimes in these positions. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
That would be really funny, yeah. But I think the more standard way, he might also be looking for A5 because provoking B5 and getting the C5 square could be to Black's liking. But starting out with knight D7 certainly very, very flexible and logical as well.
So F2 to F5 wins a piece. So F4 is very appealing. The downside of F4 is you have to think about bishop D4 type of ideas. You don't usually want to trade your fee and counter bishop, but in this position where you lack space and breathing room for your pieces, the move bishop D4 will make sense in some lines. But A5, you called it, Jeffrey.
Yeah, F4, it did seem attractive to me at least, but Nepo, okay, knight D5 also makes a lot of sense. But now after A5, the thing is, the one part of knight D5 I don't like is that Black has now the option to take it at any moment, where previously you had this F4, F5 idea, and then you really were threatening to trap the bishop.
And now, as you're saying, the bishop always has an escape. It can take this knight. And B5, there's knight to D4. So this knight on D7, it cleared the path for this bishop, and then it can come to C5, and all of a sudden, Black takes over these vulnerable dark squares.
Yeah, starting to really like the prospects of Black's position. Once if you allow me to take on B4, then maybe I play something like rook A2, and all kinds of active knight jumps come to mind, knight D4, knight E5, and so on. So position kind of playing itself now for Black.
And that's why Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking here, Nordberg up well over a minute on the clock at this point. And it's a big decision because either you allow this rook to activate from its starting place, or you play B5 and you just concede all of these dark squares on the queen side. What do you think he's going to do here? Do you think he'll play B5? Another option, is knight F4 going for this bishop, but sacrifices a pawn over here?
Yeah, I think he'll likely start with rook B1. And then, yeah, your idea, knight F4 could be on tap.
You called it. He played it. Not the first time he's played rook to B1 today, but in a very different position. And here we see a trade. Great news for Black on the A file.
Yeah, the question is, how serious is this threat of knight F4? Like, would you be worried about it as Black?
But if I'm worried about it, what can I do? Just take your knight?
Okay, well, clearly he's not worried. I'm just trying to imagine this transition where, okay, but C5 is now very interesting. Knight F4 with tempo.
I was actually wondering if you went knight F4, if I could take on E3, but now your knight still defends. So rook takes E3, not what I want to go for, but pawn takes with B7 loose. That looks a bit unappealing from Black's perspective.
Yeah, really good find here, I think, from Nepo. And now I think, Nordberg might need to find a good idea here.
Okay, well, what could that good idea possibly be? Knight C4 coming.
Yeah, I'm trying to take on C5 and put something on D4, but yeah, there's just tactics where something could be hanging for Black.
Well, not my pieces. So what if we just go for the exchange sacrifice that I want to do in the other position?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this makes a lot of sense practically speaking. And now as White, I'd probably try to trade these bishops, bishop C4.
Yeah, and we get this position where obviously, White doesn't have any problems, but perhaps I can just claim that even once we get here, well, okay, I just dropped the pawn. Oh, then that hangs B7. I don't know. You tell me.
Yes, looks still reasonable chances there for Black to hold such an endgame, but in the game he has gone for more prudent way, not sacrificing anything. Knight A5. Although I'm somewhat concerned for black.
Knights on the rim are dim, but here the knight does double duty. It covers b7 and c4, and then queen c1 was played.
Now the exchange stack is better version.
Oh, for sure. Just rook takes e3, then knight takes c5, and black's pieces come to life, and he doesn't. Do you see Jan's face? He was surprised by it.
Oh, he did. Okay. Yeah, I didn't catch that moment, but actually, how do you solve the problems concretely? Because there is a discovery, and I'd want to play queen a3, but that knight on d2 has to be protected.
So queen d1?
Yes, but then bishop c3 maybe.
Ugh.
Yeah, suddenly black's pieces, they're coming to life.
Yeah. Said. Okay, so what other? You kind of have to move your queen though, right? There's discoveries.
I'm thinking about rook d1, but okay, he thought better of it. Queen d1, and now does bishop c3 win the e4 pawn? That's the question.
But the problem, I guess, knight a4 to c3 would have been an issue after rook d1 with a fork.
Everything. Yeah, very, very true. Yes.
So he goes queen d1 instead, and this is a moment where I think, as a chess player, and he plays bishop c3, but you always want to pounce like immediately, like let me go win a pawn, and maybe that can allow white to escape a little bit. But he plays bishop c3, so step one is here. But after knight to f3, I guess, or knight c4, do we just trade and take this pawn and say 2 pawns for the exchange? That's good enough.
Yeah, there does seem to be a lot of trades coming. Seems like after. I assume he's going to take on d1 and c4 and then e4. And at the end of the day, yeah, we do see the 2 pawns for 2 pawns and a knight for a rook.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. Maybe white at the end of that line, maybe he goes knight b6. And okay, but he goes for this version.
Okay, the knight is protected. I was like, knight, yeah, I thought you would trade on c4 first, but actually take on a5 is probably a bad thing because that frees the c3 square for the knight.
Yeah, that's what I also missed originally. So now, yeah, maybe you don't want to take on a5. You do still have this option of knight b6, but that leaves all the minor pieces on the board. You might blunder an exchange somehow.
I can't even count how many pieces it remains. So I would definitely blunder something there. But knight b6, where does the rook go?
Right. Knight d5 does come quickly. So where do you put this rook?
And if rook c5 is like knight a4 potentially?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, knight forks. Scary.
Yeah, strangely enough. Yeah, because rook 6, knight d5, I definitely don't like. Rook e8 also looks quite passive.
So maybe it's the right move.
Yeah, but I'm worried about something like either bishop b5 and knight d5 or knight d5 right away.
I forgot about bishop. Not even forgot. I just didn't see it was legal, and that's annoying.
So yeah, it's still more annoying than I would think. It does go rook c5. So if knight f4, I guess just rook c7, still you can't really take on c3.
Although, am I walking to some kind of pin potentially, or I guess it's bishop e5 defending?
Yeah, could get really tricky. Although with rook 7, also white needs to watch out. Maybe bishop b3 is in the air. Although, okay, you do always have a check on d8.
But rook c7, maybe knight d5, your move from earlier?
Yes, true. Knight d5 does make a lot of sense there, yeah. At some point, black might have to give up the b pawn just because so much is loose, like the bishop on c3, knight on a5, and hold with the 4-on-3.
I thought you were going to say at some point someone's going to blunder a fork because I feel like my head is on a swivel. I'm like looking which way, knight d5, knight came to a4. But I guess after knight d5, as you're saying, you can just take, and then probably the worst is behind black. I don't think there's any tremendous difficulty there.
Although you do have to be somewhat careful because, again, things are hanging. Like the knight on a5 is hanging. How do you get it out of harm's way after knight d5?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. Maybe I start with e6 there.
Yeah, rook b5.
So, this knight move is just begging to be played because it forces this. There's an e6, rook b5, and you don't actually threaten knight takes c3 because my knight will take back. So
yeah, but
No, go ahead.
So, like, first of all, if you move the knight b7's hanging, but I can attack the knight on e4, and suddenly things, they're getting kind of dicey.
Yeah, everything is just holding on by like the thinnest of threads, and we see knight d5 on the board. So we may, in fact, get a position like this, and maybe e6 is incorrect. Perhaps we can save that up. But what moves does black have here? It's everything is just defending each other.
Exactly. And I don't know what white is probably turning something along the lines of f3 bishop attacking this knight. But I don't, like, as black, I don't want all my pieces hanging for another move. I want to find some sort of consolidation, but it's really difficult to find it.
And we have a live position, knight c6 played, giving up b7. So
yeah, and also allowing this knight, like I'm looking at bishop d3 or f3.
Okay, I think I know what he wants. If bishop d3, he'll play knight d2, and yes, he'll be down a piece for a couple pawns. Maybe he's hoping that survives, but it doesn't. Really
wait. It is tricky because you can imagine that white's knight on c3 will also be hanging. So it's very concrete. Like bishop d3, knight d2. If you take on c3, I take on b1, and then what do you recapture with?
Probably the rook.
And because you have knight a5, knight b5. Okay, yeah, I missed this.
Yeah, it's essential. No, but it's a far down the line where it's so easy to overlook in your initial calculations while visualizing. And then thankfully you have this move, because if not, you have two minor pieces threatened. And actually, sorry, I returned to the game because bishop d3 has in fact been played. And you see the eval bar going up in Jan's favor.
Yeah, this might actually win a piece. You might have to go to the line that we just showed, and in that position, yeah, it's a piece for two pawns. Okay, obviously still a long ways to go to win that position, but definitely not what Norbek wanted.
And you know why that variation we're looking at was so hard to spot initially? There was a rook on b5. So the saving move there was knight to b5. And to see that from far out is a little hard sometimes. You know, the square has been vacated and the knight can jump there. So, I mean, knight d2 or knight d6, you'll get a rook, but you're going to lose your bishop and the knight for that rook. And it's an extra piece for a couple pawns. And I think objectively, it has to be winning for white, right?
Yeah, exactly. So black has the option of either sacrificing or either keeping a bishop or a knight. Maybe you keep the bishop just to have the opposite color bishop on the board. Although now that I mention it, I might not be able to get it because I was thinking knight d4. But you can actually take on b7. You don't even have to take on e4 here.
And
take
maybe
on b7.
Maybe you absolutely have to take on b7 because bishop e4, your points after knight b5,
yes.
rook b5. You can make them like bishop here, and there's already threats, and you got to keep your bishop. And rook c4 traps this knight almost. So
yeah,
wow.
But yeah, it didn't work on account of rook b7. So Norbek does try our initial variation with knight d2 instead.
Right, just showing how everything was hanging. So instead, knight d2. And
but yeah, I think Nepo missed the same idea, this knight b5, because he went for this, which I think it's not as good, right?
Can I just trade rooks and move my bishop away?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, he missed the knight b5 idea.
Okay, and to show that one more time for everybody, that after knight takes c3, knight takes b1, you're concerned about knight d4 ideas and this knight being loose. You could take knight takes b1, but that just looks counterintuitive.
No. Knight d4 there, actually. Okay, rook b2. Yeah, maybe.
Right, like it looks very suspicious, but I see what your point is. Like you have everything covered on e2 check. Your rook protects the knight. It just looks not great. But the rook takes b1, knight e5. The only move that keeps white ahead is knight to b5 because it attacks this rook on c7. The bishop could retreat, and that should be good enough. But as we get back to the game, the rooks have been traded. The bishop came to d4. The knight escapes. And so, Jeffrey, at this point, the knights may have to awkwardly defend one another, and it still looks unpleasant for black.
True. Yeah. Knight a5 might have to be played, which
one?
Really awkward. I was thinking the b3 knight. Yeah, but it does feel very awkward, and still with, yeah, definitely a wise decision by Nepo to keep all the minor pieces on, because trading one might relieve some of the pressure, but now, yeah, everything's still kind of loose.
And he chooses knight c to a5, so not minding that his knights are towards the rim over here. I guess his point is that you can't attack this piece on b3 because b7's covered. The b3 knight defends the bishop.
The good news is that white's knight on a4 is dominated by the bishop.
That's true.
Because if the knight was on the king side, it's over. But now, at least in this case, it's not so easy for white to get the knight back in the game.
Easy for me to do it. But you make a great point. The bishop, it dominates this knight. We were talking about bishop 3 squares away from a knight here. It's a great illustration of that. And to Jeffrey's point, that if this knight could get to d6 or g5 somewhere over on the king side, then black would be in huge trouble. But for now, there's no easy way to get that knight out.
But yeah, so both sides are kind of tying down each other. Although for Nepo, you have the knights are completely stuck. That's great, but there's no actual way to increase the pressure.
I'm trying to give white free moves and understand where white could even. Is his king going somewhere? Do I have to not even be worried about that?
Also, black has a decision. Do you expand with f5, e5, e4, or is that overextending?
I would not do that because pawn chains are only as strong as the base pawn. And I feel like as soon as I play f5, I just have to be concerned about this pawn on g6 if this bishop were ever to be able to wrap around.
Right. White having the rook, yeah, you want to make as little weaknesses as you can. Because, yeah, if you have too many targets, that rook is just going to be too much to handle.
And there must have been a subtle inaccuracy there because all of a sudden the EVA bar went up and doubled. It was like plus 1.5 or 1.3 or whatever.
Oh, because I want to play knight c5. Wait, I was thinking rook d8, although no, there's knight d7 still.
Okay.
So what is the issue here?
Maybe is there a way I can get after these pawns somehow? I don't see it so clearly. So he goes knight c5.
Yeah, I don't actually see. I mean, maybe the trade does benefit white somehow, but don't see anything concrete.
I see it. Okay, so here, bishop a4. You don't have knight c4, I don't think. Because after knight c4, I have rook b7, and then bishop e8.
Okay, and then after bishop a4, I can't. Oh, because king e7, rook b5 drops a piece. So actually, it's not easy to make a move.
Yeah, your pieces are stuck, and so that's why the evaluation is getting in white's favor. And no move yet from Jan. Both players down to.
Oh, but he found it. Wow.
Can I go king? You can hear me, king c?
Yeah, far away from the chain.
Oh my gosh, can I take on b6 there at the end? Like just go for these pawns? Would that be? Nah.
Probably you wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, king e7, that is not an easy move to play if you have to.
But we process of elimination did, right? King e7, there's rook to b5, just winning on the spot, wins a piece. Knight c4, rook to b7, that's terrible with the bishop coming to e8. So king c7, but even that looks so wrong.
Yeah, this is really tough. I'm wondering about knight c6. Does this change the equation in any way?
Knight c6.
Because if you take, maybe I take and I rush back. But if you go rook b7 once again, I have an option to go knight e7, but like my king is close to mated there.
Yeah, f4, rook d7 check to ideas. Okay, well, rook b7 now.
But yeah, now this rook b7 is going to hurt.
Yeah, I flipped on the engine real quick. The only move there was king c7 to play knight to b7.
Yeah, Nepo just does not give you any room for error.
Okay, so f5, bishop e8. That looks like a problem. I mean, it's almost checkmate, right? f4 and king is.
Yeah, I think bishop e8 looks really good here. And although g5, maybe g5.
And if I take your pawn?
g4, yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, no, this is a really good point because now if you play h3, there aren't too many pawns remaining.
Yeah, and also you got to worry about the f2 pawn.
Very true. Like if this knight could wrap around to e4, but it can't. And there's no more checkmates, right? Like you can't play f4 because of en passant.
But I think Nepo will eventually play f3 probably, and get this past h pawn.
That makes perfect sense. But if you play f3 and I take, then I also have an e pawn that can roll.
Yeah, maybe you go knight d7 here just to prepare.
Okay, and he's under 10 seconds.
You got to move now.
All right, back. What are you doing? Okay, on bishop c5.
So f4, I guess he wants to take a knight somewhere.
Well, if F4, then maybe I don't even have to take, right?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, F3 probably forces.
Although, does it?
Okay, starts with Rook H7.
Knight C6.
Now, but for sure, Nepo cannot allow E5, E4 because then it really comes hard to. Although now, okay, Nordbeck might be getting that option.
Yeah, how does White win
E7?
this game?
He might want to go H3, but as you said, it's trading a lot of pawns suddenly.
How do you break this configuration?
Yeah, he tries H3.
Okay, I can't. Yeah, he's just gonna stay put.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, watch out for some kind of Rook A5 or something. Maybe this bishop. So it goes
Yeah,
here.
so probably we're gonna see a lot of dancing. Nordbeck needs to try and be as fast as possible, accumulate all these precious seconds.
It's a fortress, and I'm kind of guessing, but I haven't seen the eval bar change at all, and it's at that 2.5 range where with the extra material and just the steady eval bar, I think this might be a draw with best play.
Mm-hmm. But even if it is a draw with best play, that doesn't mean that that Nepos is going to give it. So the question is for White: do you go F3 G4? Is that basically the only idea, or do you try and harass the knight with your king?
I think you sit on it for a while, and Nordbeck will stay around 12 seconds or whatever it'll be, and there's F3, and he wants you.
Knight C2. Okay.
91. He brought it up.
Wow. Okay. And there's no way to get on E6. Wait, can you go King H1 and Rook D6?
Bishop move.
So yeah, he gets it back. So okay, he has to go something like Bishop C7. Wait, what?
He pulled his bishop. Oh, look at him. He can't believe it. After that amazing defense, he just hangs his bishop.
Yeah, that is painful. I think Bishop C7, Rook E6. I think that it should be a draw because you'll be able to trade off this G pawn.
Yeah. And then there's Knight D4 also.
Yeah, Knight D4 and F4. I mean, that's just, we'll exchange that.
Oh my gosh. I mean, he just did everything perfectly in the defense there. And then he straight up hangs a piece at that last moment, gives away his bishop.
Yeah, I'm speechless right now. That's such a tough feeling to have defended so well and then to lose on a careless blunder like that.
Oh, that's heartbreaking after dozens of moves of sturdy defense to lose like that. I mean, it feels bad, but either way, I mean, we are going to take a break because we'll have Jan Nepomniachtchi in for an interview. He had 3 white games. He won all 3 in the rapid portion. So it'll be interesting to hear his thoughts as we return from this break here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. And we welcome everybody back with the champion of this week's Rapid Chess Championship KO. It's Xiong Nepomniachtchi. Xiong, I mean, that last game, it was maybe a bit more challenging at the end than you expected, but a great performance, 3 white games, 3 wins.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, this sort of the game is probably the game you would prefer to forget. Yeah, you know, when opponent blunders a piece in the very, very end, it's very satisfying, not only on the amateur level, but also, you know, basically every time.
Yeah, and there was one moment that happened against Grischuk that I was very curious to hear your thoughts about, which is he started following your game against Anish. I was wondering, what were your initial thoughts when he uncorked this Queen E8 improvement?
Well, I can't say it's a huge improvement. I think the whole position, I mean, okay, maybe Bishop B6, what Anish did was just unfortunate, losing the tempo, but this idea is somewhat known. As far as I know, probably Queen D7 is the move with the similar ideas, but okay, Queen E8 is just also fine. And I knew this line arises, but okay, probably Knight B3 is not the move I should I should make. But then okay, I was a little bit lucky because obviously Bishop F4, I completely forgot about Knight G5 idea, and yeah, that's good that I have Queen E4, so I can never be worse. And yeah, I think somehow Sasha should have taken on D4 immediately, so it surely ended in a draw. But yeah, due to some reasons, he just played it slowly, and maybe already it was some trouble for him in the end game.
For sure. And Jan, question for you. Do you ever look at the cameras when you're playing? Because obviously when you play over the board, you're staring right at each other. But here, like when Sasha was repeating the variation, do you like kind of look at his camera, see how confident he's feeling, or do you just stick to the browser?
No, I always minimize all the cameras, so I don't look because, well, I guess almost 2 years ago, yeah, when all these online chess boom began due to pandemic, especially in the first online tournaments, I always had a camera of my opponent. Yeah, but somehow, you know, still it's not the same. Yeah, you don't really, you're not really reading the faces and so on. And yeah, perhaps against some players it would pay off, but in general, instead of, I mean, I can barely focus on the chessboard. Yeah, so you like blundering here and there, and you want me to look somewhere else. Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah, one last question on my end. So I believe you won the first RCC knockout, and then since then, I feel like I haven't seen you in the knockout portion itself. So it feels like when the key is you get in, and then once you're in this knockout, then you're very hard to stop. So just yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, not particularly true, because I think quite soon I played maybe in the next one, but I played from Siberia, and it was like, and my game was scheduled to the last one and it was, I think, against David Paravian, and okay, I ended up like moving in the draw. Okay, I was winning, and then okay, I ended up like blundering a bishop due to a pre-move or sort of. And since then, okay, it basically turned out that the most tough part is yeah, just to come into this top 8. Yeah, because yeah, for example, last week I got slightly tilty because I just wanted to have some practice, so that's why I didn't take some pre-draws against Hikaru. And then okay, okay, last 2 rounds of the previous Swiss part were, surely wasn't something I would be proud of. Yeah, but I would say it's a little sad that so little players are participating in the Swiss part, because normally this +2 or +3 is never a guarantee of qualifying. But what I see, and what probably I have to do to be practical, is to sit on my like +2, +3, and not trying to grind anything bigger. So for example, if it would be like 50 or 60 players, I think the level, basically the points you need to qualify would surely slightly arise. Yeah, and also people who are not performing too great, they just quite a tourney, and this also I think affects less players are participating, and it's, I mean, it still could be more interesting also for the audience. I mean, instead of looking at players agreeing for a draw, and this is quite shameful, but yeah, that's probably what that tournament strategy stimulates you to do. And I guess more or less the same story was in this just Champions Tour, because many players who could grind like +2 or +3, basically you need to finish in top 8 out of 16 players, and then you just start sitting on this plus, because this plus basically guarantees you the playoffs.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. I mean, your assessment is accurate that you want to play for a win, but sometimes, for the tournament standings with so few players, the draw will help you stay put. But I have a non-chess question for you. Last one, we'll let you go. Yesterday, you had a visitor on your camera. Do you have a dog just hanging about there?
Yeah. My doggo, this doggo is almost 2 years old, but okay, I have also another doggo now.
I mean, the dog's not here right now. I was hoping that.
No, they're okay. There is some silent mode while I'm playing in the tournament, so no one is yelling and barking. Okay, that's pretty important, I would say. Yeah. So no cat jumping on my head.
Well, we were appreciative to see the visitor yesterday, but Jan, huge congratulations. I mean, a great performance, 3 out of 3 against your opponents today. A great showing. So congrats again, and hope to see you in the near future.
Thank you.
And that was Jan Nepomniachtchi, your Week 12 winner, taking down Abdusattorov in the finals. Before that, he beat his compatriot, Alexander Grischuk, and Anish Giri, another top 10 player in the world, in the opening round. So, I mean, Jeffrey, a really wonderful day of chess from him.
Thrilling stuff, yeah. And it felt like he was never really in danger. Obviously, there were some moments that maybe he'd like to have back, but at the end of the day, he was never in danger. So I think he's definitely the deserved winner here.
For sure. And that means he's going to be our man for the Coinbase critical moment here, because in this final game against Abdusattorov, he was critical of his play. But as we get through this opening stage, Jeffrey, this already was not a novel line, but Queen B6 is a rarity at this level. Right. Yeah. As I mentioned, it's nice to, for rapid, especially, it's nice to have these little sidelines that kind of your opponent might not be familiar with. So I like the choice by Norderbeck. One thing that I'm very curious about in this game is after the bishop c3, knight c4, this was maybe the critical moment, unless you had something earlier that you wanted to bring up as well. No, we can just go through the game, knight back to c3, knight to d2. So as we get through these moves, what you're saying is pretty standard approach here from both perspectives, and the bishop e6, a3, b4, queen d8. So Jeffrey, around here, white seems to be better by the eval, but what do you make of this? Yeah, it looked like a typical accelerated dragon for most of the game. I think the moment, so if you go 2 more moves, when you suggested f4, I think that would have been a more dangerous try. But it turned out after what happened in the game, maybe Norderbeck rushed with rook a3, because that suddenly allowed c5 and tempos with knight c4. I'm wondering, was there a more accurate continuation for black? Because it felt like his position was improving. For sure. I mean, I guess, to start here, after f4, how does black even react to this? Because f5 is seemingly a devastating threat. And, mention this move, bishop d4. Maybe this move actually saves black in this position, because f5, while it would seem to win a piece, here you have it covered a 3rd time, which is very important. Right. Yeah, it does prevent the threat. It was, again, you don't want to make a concession like f5. So, yeah, but I don't know if this is particularly appealing either, like after bishop d3. And long term, I think you'll see some problems happening on the king side. Yeah, because after bishop d3, black would have like f6, something like that. And you save your bishop, but you create some weaknesses on your king side. So it would be still a fight, but one that it looks like white's on the better side of. But you were pointing out, Jeffrey, that after knight d5, a5, here when the rook went to a3, what were you seeing at this moment?
Yeah, the one I was probably most looking at knight d4. And then my point is, if you go bishop d3, then rook a3 comes with tempo, which is a big difference.
For sure.
And this is probably what Norbek was aiming for, because he wanted to double rooks on the a file and get activity as soon as possible. But I think this was the way. In the game, he allowed this move c5, which I also overlooked. And suddenly now Nepo kind of started to create his own threats.
For sure. And we saw a trade on c5, then knight to a5, dealing with the hanging b7 pawn and knight c4 all at once. And after queen c1, rook takes e3, knight takes c5. Jeffrey, all of a sudden it looked like white could lose in a few moves, but Jan was precise.
Yeah, he reacted extremely coolly here, just queen d1. Getting out of discovery. And then this is the moment that I was most interested in, which is after bishop c3, knight c4. There has to be a good way for black to win the e4 pawn. But to my eyes, it was also really tricky. I couldn't, because you can take in so many ways. And I wasn't sure in what way to do it.
Yeah, because we could get a sort of mass simplification where if we get the trade this way and that way and everything comes off. If you take e4, you still lose this b7 pawn, and maybe black can hold, but white is an exchange to the good. So it's clearly an advantageous position for white, even if objectively black should be okay. But in the game, Jeffrey, what happened was after bishop c3, knight c4, we got a trade, and then things got really messy when black took the second pawn.
Yeah, this was the moment. So I think at first I was thinking like black's not really in danger here, but knight b6, remember we were struggling. Where do you put this rook? And I think it was a struggle for Norbek as well, because somehow like that knight on a5, that bishop on c3, they're all very vulnerable. And it turned out that he didn't find the right configuration.
And we saw a series of moves in exchange on d5. And after the rook came to b5, here, knight c6, that was a game-ending blunder. And we had Jan on before the interview that everybody else could hear, and he was saying, how could I not win this position? He just felt like he should have seen the tactics better. But knight c6 plays into white's hands, whereas it's a difficult position with so many pieces being loose, but perhaps black need to sit on the position. But this was not it, Jeffrey, because bishop d3, and now objectively, the game is in white's favor.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, there's no way to protect both pieces. Obviously, if you move the knight, c3 is hanging. So yeah, this maybe would have been the easiest conversion, although in the game, it was also, I think, very unpleasant for Norbek.
Yeah, because Jan took on b7, and that was a mistake. In fact, after knight d4, this is where rook takes b7. And maybe, as Jan kind of suggested to us, he mixed up his variations. And the point here is that the knight and the bishop are both loose, and then white just wins material. But he went rook takes b7 after knight d2, and that was a mistake because it wasn't easy to spot. But in this variation, after rook takes b1, knight e5 is a double attack, but white can escape.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm not sure which one he missed. I think you pointed out that knight b1 with rook b2 was also working. So you had to see one of the two. But maybe he smelled something with some tactics, or as you said, he mixed something up, which ultimately he decided to take on b7.
And he still had excellent chances. The game was some shuffling, some rearranging of the pieces. And then at this point, rook b8 was played, Jeffrey. And after knight c5, bishop a4, according to the engines, there's only one move that sort of keeps black just hanging in there, and it's king to c7. But that's as counterintuitive as it gets.
Yeah, for me personally, I wouldn't even consider moving the king away from the pawn chain, because that is like your one biggest issue, and you're basically, ignoring that completely. So it would be a really hard move for me to consider. I think, yeah, I probably would have gone for knight 6. Norbek, he went for something similar, but after rook b7, Nepo, he's just winning a pawn.
And here at this moment, I think h4, freezing the pawn chain, would have been the easiest way to conclude the game, because the bishop is coming to e8, the rook can come to g7 and you need to add more pressure, but that pawn structure is falling down. So instead, bishop e8. And Jeffrey, this was very creative play by Norbek, because at this point in time, white's up in exchange, but where's the progress?
Yeah, exactly. It was, I didn't realize it at first. Like I suggested this G5, G4 myself, but I assumed that white would have a way. Although the more I look at it, like you play F3 and you have to deal with black's E pawn coming down the board. So it was suddenly not trivial at all.
And he goes for the H pawn, but to your point that F3 was a way to go for this. And after it takes, this is far from trivial because this pawn will push after knight to D4, and black will have to deal with this outside pass pawn, difficult to deal with, but at least there's some counterplay. Instead in the game, he went for bishop C4 and H3, but Jeffrey, after a little bit more shuffling here, it looked like Jan was making absolutely no progress until he made the move F3 at this stage right here. But it was actually after knight C2, he missed that this knight was coming to E1 with check. Yeah,
very fortuitous. I guess a classic case of better lucky than good, but he did definitely blunder knight E1. He did have this last idea with rook D6 to regain the pawn, but as we see, I think after bishop C7, black should be able to trade off that G3 pawn.
That's right, because the king comes to G5, and if you can get that last pawn, you're not going to lose. And if you try to defend that pawn, the knight comes to D4 with a fork. The rook tries to attack, but in this position here, even here, and we can see the eval bar saying this is a draw. This should be a hold for black. The knight can reroute via D2 to E4. And though it's an extra exchange for white, it's not enough material remaining to lead to victory. So that was one last chance for Nuremberg to go wrong, because he was right about to make a draw. And then he made knight to D4 and just hung a piece.
Yeah, it just a howler, as Yasser would say. Okay, it's been a really long day for everyone. Completely understandable. Under pressure, you just played Hikaru. Now you're dealing with Nepo. I mean, I totally understand, but at the same time, I feel for him. It's a tough way to go down.
For sure. And Jan Nepomniachtchi takes that bishop, he takes the game, and thus this week's Rapid Chess Championship, and this was your Coinbase critical moment. So we know that Jan is happy. We had him on for the interview. He was critical of his own play, and what he said at the amateur level, at the Super GM level, it doesn't matter. We love free pieces.
Yeah, it was nice for him to say that. I think lots of people can relate in both ways. Like, it's not just you who may be hanging pieces. The best of the best do the same thing.
And to be fair, it was a grueling game where Nordebek, he was active for a while out of the dragon opening, but then he was in the defensive for dozens of moves. And it's really hard to be precise for that extended period of time. Truly was.
Yeah, it was just, I mean, it was a really, I'm not sure if clean is the right word, but it felt like Nepo, he was kind of always in control today. And yeah, that relentless pressure, basically, he was able to capitalize in 3 up, 3 down.
Yeah, I don't think he had any worse positions that I can recall. So you're right. It was he was in control throughout, and well, he's in control of his own destiny as we look at the standings here. And we want to remind everybody the top 12 places will make their way to the finals come August. And right now I see Jeffrey Xiong, that guy, he's still sitting there in the top 12. But as these tournaments continue to happen and the season progresses, many players like Jan Nepomniachtchi there sneaking into the 6th seed. He had a leapfrog you there. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm maybe lucky that also Nordebek hasn't leapfrogged me as well. So yeah, obviously, I mean, this is a star-studded field. You cannot really sit on your ranking. I will be getting back into the mix next week to try and to keep going forward.
Wait, I was told that you were retiring and only going to commentate with me from now on. So wait, you're saying I have to talk about your games going forward?
Yeah, maybe.
So now that you've been in the commentator seat, how do you feel that I'm going to be talking about your play? And I'm going to be like, how could Jeffrey do that?
Oh yeah, I have to block that out of my mind, because now when I'm playing, if I'm thinking about what will Robert say about my moves, it's going to be too distracting. So yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to not think about that too much.
I think a question that everyone wants to answer to is, even before you started doing some commentary, did you ever talk to yourself when you played, like calculating, draw arrows on the board?
Not out loud, but I mean, definitely in my head, I would, yeah, for sure, I would, go over some thoughts.
So do you think going forward, you're going to be drawing arrows and things like that when you play just because of the commentary? Like, has this influenced you in perhaps a negative way?
Well, I haven't had the control where I can move arrows, but once I do, yeah, that might actually be something to think about.
Yeah, we want you, comfortable, cozy. We don't want to force you to have to draw the arrow. So, all jokes aside, though, Jeffrey, it's always a pleasure to be joined by you. So, what a day we had.
Likewise, yeah. And are we at the halfway mark of the Grand Prix, I believe?
Math is seemingly correct. I believe that there are 26 total weeks, and this was week 12, so approximately half.
Yeah, so it's been really exciting, and I certainly look forward to as both a player and a fan, the second half of the Grand Prix.
For sure, and we just remind everybody the top 12 players do qualify for the finals. They're 26 weeks, and 13 weeks are calculated. So the top 13 weeks, even if you start off terribly, if you go on a tear, you can make your way to the final. So 12 players will be joined by 4 invitees. And this event would not be possible without the presenting sponsor, that is Coinbase. So we do want to give them a shout out because the Rapid Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase. Whether you're looking to make your first crypto purchase or you're an experienced trader, Coinbase has you covered. Earn crypto by learning about crypto with Coinbase Earn, explore DeFi and Web3 with Coinbase Wallet, get exclusive rewards when you spend with Coinbase Card, and much more. Learn more at coinbase.com/chess and get $10 in Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account. But now it is the end of the day. This was the Rapid Chess Championship Week 12, NBA playoff time. I mean, Jeffrey, I'm going to go watch TV. How about you?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Order some lunch. Memphis and Golden State, they're underway. I saw the Bucks, tremendous start on the road. Who needs Chris Middleton? So yeah, excited to move on from chess to basketball.
Wow. Well, now you can throw that shade at Chris Middleton. We're going to move on with our days. Thank you so much for joining us for another fantastic weekend here at the Rapid Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. We got to go. The JSCC is tomorrow. Brennan Jacobson taking on Wonder Liang. But for now, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you soon with more chess.